Obviously, these streams always feel a little strange at first because don't feel like I've spoke to you live for a little bit. I know many of you don't always join us on a Wednesday for the Evolve stream. So I suppose the last time I was chatting to most of you will have been on Tuesday for NXT, maybe Monday for Raw. But yes, we've got obviously the go home for Backlash. There's quite a bit of news that's done the rounds. We managed to get an unseen out just before the member stream. So there was certainly enough for an unseen. So lots for us to be talking about, and any questions or thoughts or theories or anything you want to talk about, we can obviously get to. Let's go to the preview first, though. That's where we always start. And then we'll work our way from there. So let's jump over to the preview. Is it set up? It's not set up. It's never flipping set. I wish it automatically set up. That would be lovely. So here, right. Gunther is going to address last week's surprise attack on Cody Rhodes. So Gunther is going to talk about his attack on Cody Rhodes. Jacob Fatu kicks off SmackDown before challenging Roman Reigns at Backlash. So Jacob starting the show tonight. Trick Williams has got the funeral for the Gingerbread Man. And as we've been saying, this really divided opinion. Some people absolutely loving it, going with the joke, going with the fun, going with the banter. Other people going, Jesus, this company. They can't give us banging matches on a regular basis, but they can give us this 2019 nonsense. So a real split on this one. I've seen all kinds of opinions on it, right? So I don't know how you feel about it. We're going to watch this segment and just have fun with it. Just, whatever. It's Sammy versus Trick. I mean, it's not the biggest of deals. It is a bit weird that it's that feud, though. This is the kind of thing you would expect more from Danhausen and The Miz, more so than Trick Sammy. But, again, whatever. Funeral tonight. See how it goes. Rhea Ripley, Charlotte, Alexa join forces, take on Fatal Influence. I'm here for that. Book me in for that. That's a segment I'm interested in. Tiffany Stratton battles Kiana James in the Women's United States title match. So we've got a championship match. No way that Tiffany's losing to Kiana, or at least I don't believe so. I'll be shocked if she does. But obviously, a championship match, always welcome. And then we've got a very interesting match in Damian Priest looking to rise above Tala Tonga. So Damian Priest looking to get a win over Tala. So that'll be an interesting challenge for Damian. I'm not down on that. So there we go. Not a bad lineup. This, of course, being a go-home show. I felt like Monday's Raw felt quite like a go-home show to me as well. Of all the Raws I've seen recently, it was not my favourite, not what I would class as being the strongest episodes. But again, even that had a mixed bag. Some people really enjoyed it. Some people thought it was really poor. There was a lot of mixed opinions coming out of Monday. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. I'm very excited for Backlash. I do think the Backlash card looks really good. There's matches that I'm really excited for. Asuka today saying that she might wrestle a bit more of a Japanese type match with Io. Just give the fans something a little bit different compared to that WWE style. I mean, if they do that and they're allowed to do that, I mean, we could have something really, really fun. Something very technical, something, a little bit that's going to satisfy that wrestling need that we have. It doesn't really feel like we're getting too many great wrestling matches out of WWE. If Io and Asuka are going to wrestle the same way they wrestle over in Japan, then that could be a banger, an absolute banger. So, yes, I'm very much looking forward to that match. That could be the sleeper tomorrow. I think Seth Rollins, Bron Breakker, hopefully they can gel. We haven't actually seen tons of singles Bron Breakker matches due to injury and the fact he's been in the Vision. So it'd be just good to see him in a singles match against a big, high-named, high-profile opponent. I think last time we saw it, maybe January, when he took on CM Punk. And that match was not mind-blowing. So, I don't know. I feel like, there's a bit of heat there, obviously, between these two. Should be good. I think Io Asuka, I'm probably looking at as potentially being better. Roman, Jacob, match-wise could be good. Roman obviously just knows, doesn't he? He just knows how to put on a really solid, really good main event. Jacob can more than play his part in that. I don't really have any reason to think that's not going to deliver. Trick, Sammy, their Mania match wasn't mind-blowing. I'd say it was actually a bit of a low point on the card. So the only thing that might save that for me might be the turn. I mean, I like both of them, but yeah, it didn't really gel, I would say. I'll be interested to see what they deliver at Backlash. I'll be very interested to see what they can deliver. And then, of course, the whole Danhausen thing, you're just going to... Whatever that's going to be, it's going to be, you know. But there's certainly enough there to get excited about. Like, Io Asuka's the one that's really got my attention. And then, of course, what happens with Jacob after the match tomorrow? What are we going to get? You know, is Jacob going to join the Bloodline? Is he going to be a new champion? I don't think he will. I think Roman retains. But these are the questions that we are pondering. Right. Hello, William. Hope you're doing well, buds. I love being called Pig Boy, said William. I made people laugh. You did. You made Tommy laugh. That's a good sign that you could make Tommy laugh. He was really laughing as well. Very good. Jackal, shout out to you, bud, says, number one, happy birthday to David Attenborough. I saw a little bit of that show tonight, actually. There was a show on TV that was all about his 100th birthday. There was a brilliant bit where King Charles actually wrote a letter to David Attenborough saying, I've known you for like 60 years and, you know, it's been a pleasure. Many congratulations on this milestone. And he gave it to this guy to deliver the letter to David Attenborough. It was like a little video that they were showing. And a tree had fallen on the path. So the dog grabs it and the dog goes running. Dog then passes it to an owl. The owl passes it to like a hedgehog. And basically the letter gets delivered to David Attenborough thanks to all these animals kind of passing it. It's a really good little couple of minute clip from the king writing because in this country, if you turn 100s, you get a hand-signed note from the king or queen. Because turning 100 is obviously a big deal. So, you know, you get the card in the post. And he's turned 100, yeah. So there was a big thing on TV for him tonight, and I just caught that. It was very good. It was really good. The way they did it was... reminded me a lot, actually, of, you know, the Queen at the Olympics when she did the James Bond thing. It reminded me quite a bit of that, where there was a royal involved in, like, a skit. And it was good. Also, R.I.P. Ted Turner, said Jackal. Yes, absolutely. Very influential, of course, in the history of wrestling. Many different ways, but certainly the whole 90s Monday Night War thing. So, nice tribute, actually, to him on Dynamite. I don't watch Dynamite, but obviously on a Wednesday, my feed is full of people reacting to it and clips of it and all that stuff. So, I saw that they'd done that. I thought that was nice. Number 3, why would WWE TKO say that they need pay cuts whilst giving Khan high number contract renewal? Also, Daze, hi. Hope you've had a good week. Yeah, my week's been fine. Thanks, buds. Yeah, okay, so why would they do that? I suppose the truth is that that's just how business works, isn't it? Really, the businesses are driven by chief executives and CEOs. So they're the ones that kind of go, this is the way forward, this is what we need to do, right? And then, of course, the people lower down the chain are the ones that execute those commands, right? So the people at the top are taking businesses in a certain direction. You know, for example, it's going to be people at the very top that decided, do we want to get into a relationship with Saudi Arabia, right? That's a decision that was made at the Vince McMahon level, right? Now the Ari Emanuel level, right? It's obviously them that are making those decisions, not Triple H, right? It comes to the very top, and those are the decisions. Like, do we want to sign with Netflix? Do we want to sign with USA Network? Do we want to sign with ESPN? Do we want to do WrestleMania in Saudi? Do we want to do WrestleMania in Ireland? How much are we getting paid? How much are we going to set the ticket prices? So these decisions that are being made at that level. And the reason why they're being made is because obviously they want the company to make as much money as possible. The reason why they want the company to make as much money as possible is for a multitude of reasons. But really, it's going to ultimately come down to the fact they want to make more money for themselves. You know, they want the company to be around and to be prosperous because they want to continue to profit from it. And every year that goes by, they want to be able to take a bit more, a bit more, a bit more, you know. And that's, I mean, you see it with Elon Musk and Tesla. I mean, he's managed to get a massive payout, hasn't he, out of there. I mean, you hear about all these chief executives and CEOs and the crazy amount of money that they're on. And of course, you go down the food chain, people getting paid, you know, at the bottom minimum wage and all that kind of stuff. So the truth is, this is just how business works. The people at the top that make those decisions, they're making those decisions for a multitude of reasons, one of which being the future security of the company so that it's profitable and it's working for the shareholders. But ultimately, it's so that they can make themselves richer. And that's what they've done. You know, that's what they've done. If they've got to cut wrestlers because the budget is a bit bloated and they want to make a saving, they'll do it. They won't even think twice about it, right? They ain't losing no sleep over it whatsoever. Couldn't give a flip. You know, in the business world, it's a cold, harsh world. And ultimately, it's a world where it's dog eat dog and you're in it to get what you can get out of it, right? And they are absolutely signed up to that mentality at the very, very top. So you fire people, you do whatever needs to be done to get as big a piece of the pie. I can't say, though, that is TKO. Like, it is TKO, but it's not only TKO. Like, this is how most companies work. This is how most businesses work. You can find some good businesses out there. You can find some good places that aren't as cutthroat and that don't subscribe to those kind of practices. I would say as we move forward, you might even be able to find more and more of those businesses emerging. But certainly the old days, you know, Vince was exactly the same. You know, Vince was doing mass releases as well. You know, we had lots of releases under Vince as he was cutting back on the budget and bringing new people through and all of that stuff. So, yeah, it's not a surprise, to be honest. It's not a surprise in the sense of this is how TKO operate. This is kind of what... I suppose my surprise is that people are surprised that this is how TKO are. I don't know. Did you expect them to be different to this? This is how companies operate. They are ruthless. This is how businesses operate because it's a dog-eat-dog world. They're not just worried about competing with AEW. You know, they're competing against everything. They want attention. They want ticket sales. You know, if someone's got to choose between do I buy a ticket to go to Taylor Swift or do I buy a ticket to go and see the Bellas, you know, that's a decision that needs to be made. Someone's going to have to choose. That means that Taylor Swift is a competitor because someone is choosing between her show or your show. So the idea that WWE's only competitors are AEW is ridiculous. WWE's competitors are everyone. You know, again, are you going to sit down and watch Raw this week or are you going to put some hours into Diablo? Video games are competitors, you know? Going to the cinema is a competitor. Like, of course, AEW is a competitor, but the World Cup is going to be a competitor this summer. So WWE are constantly looking at how do we maximize, how do we get as much money through the doors as we can, how do we, you know, continue to grow the business, and ultimately the executives are doing it really to line their own pockets. And yeah, that is not a shock to me. That is exactly what I expected, even if it wasn't TKO and it was someone different. You know that Netflix are going to be operating that way, HBO going to be operating that way. All these big conglomerates are going to operate that way. So, Yeah, it's the thing that we keep coming back to, though, is that when it comes to the wrestlers, even though this stuff happens, even though this is how the business world works, it's still not wrong to be disappointed or to speak out against it. Like, it's still not wrong to be upset that Kyrie was let go, that Wyatt Six were let go. Like, these are wrestlers that people love and feel a connection with. I mean, if WWE want these wrestlers to sell merch and they want these wrestlers to influence ticket sales, the wrestlers have to make a connection with the fans. There are Wyatt Six fans that buy their merch. There are Kairi Sane fans that bought her merch and wanted to see what was next for her. There are fans out there of Tyra May Steele, right? Of the New Day. There are fans out there of these people. And so when you release them, those fans are going to be upset. And not only that, but just in general, people are going to be upset because we don't really like to see good people, nice people, Kyrie, Kofi, losing their jobs. I know that people will say, well, you can't just keep adding and adding. Like, you know, you've got to lose people. We all understand that. We all get that. But it doesn't stop the disappointment. It doesn't stop that feeling of, this doesn't feel right. This isn't nice. Was there not a better way of doing this? Just cutting their contracts mid-contract. So, you know, the two things can be true at the same time. You can understand why it's happening and understand that it's business. But equally, you don't have to be thrilled about it, right? And you can still feel sorry for the individuals. Like, both of those things can happen at the same time. So, yeah, we've kind of dug into that on a fairly regular basis, obviously, because of all the releases recently. I never know who's watching us that's never joined us before, but I'd say that's a pretty good summary of the kind of conversations we've been having over the past week or two. So, Jackal, thank you, my friend. Some really interesting talking points there. So, hope you're doing well. Jono said Jelly Roll would be a letdown if it was true. Yeah, that's one of the big rumours. Speculation doing the rounds that he is going to be the partner. I don't know who the actual partner is, but the noise today has been pretty loud for Jelly Roll. I don't know if people have heard something. Obviously, we knew that he was going to be on the show originally. I just sort of assumed, and it is dangerous to assume, but I just sort of assumed that he had got the message that fans are a bit tired of the celebrity stuff and maybe it's not right for me to be there. I don't know how it would be received. I don't think it would be received very well, actually. I think if you're going to do... This is why I'm leaning towards it. I don't think it will be him. But again, can we be shocked if it is? The reason why I don't think it's going to be him is because if you're WWE and you're Jelly Roll, you've just seen a pretty big backlash to celebrities being involved in WrestleMania. Certainly Pat, right? And a bit of Jelly Roll as well, actually. So does it make sense to then at the very next show tease a mystery partner that's, oh, who's this? You know what I mean? All of a sudden, you're getting people excited for a mystery partner. Does it make sense to tease a mystery partner and then reveal it to be a celebrity? Like, if that to me is like, that's a really bad idea to do that. If it is going to be Jelly Roll, just announce it. Just have, like, Jelly Roll come to Danhausen's rescue and just book the match. Like, by doing as a mystery partner, all you're doing is you are setting a higher expectation than what the reality is going to be. The only thing I would say is WWE have been doing that all year. Again, look, someone was on the phone to Randy, turned out to be Pat. Someone was in the crate, turned out to be Danhausen. Now, Danhausen's great, but a lot of people didn't know him at the time and they had other ideas as to who it was, and there was disappointment. People can act like that's not true, but it is true. There was disappointment when he came out of the crate, right? Not for me. I thought he'd be fine, but in the wider world, there was disappointment, right? He didn't even get a great reaction, did he, in Chicago? And that's a place I would have thought would have been quite positive for him. But anyway, You know, this kind of teasing things and then the reveal being underwhelming. WWE have been doing that quite a bit in 2026. So they could be doing it again here, but you'd like to think they would have learnt their lesson. But then is it more important to them that they tease something, get people to tune in, and just get the view? Is that more important? We're going to tease some. People are going to get excited that it's going to be Punk or Oba or some name that they would like to see. And we'll get them to subscribe to ESPN and all that to find out who it is. And then it'll be Jelly Roll. But by the time they find out it's Jelly Roll, they've already subscribed. So, you know, whatever. Is that the approach? Is that the TKO approach? Is that the WWE approach? I would strongly advise against doing that. You know, there ain't much goodwill around as it is. I don't think you want to erode what's left. So, yeah, I don't think they would do it. I would like to think they wouldn't. Because I don't think it's going to be greatly received if it does turn out to be Jelly Roll. But, you know, we'll see. We'll find out. That's the chat. That's the speculation that's doing the round today. Connor, hello. Daze, this is what I'm saying. Do we think whoever wins between Seth Braun could be the number one contender for the World Heavyweight Championship? Maybe. I mean, we know that Roman Seth has been teased. So, I mean, if Roman gets past Jacob and Seth gets past Braun, but I don't know why Seth would get past Braun, that would put you on a collision course for those two at SummerSlam. So, there is potentially something to that, yes. There is potentially a way forwards of having that be a number one contenders match, and then that setting up the Roman Seth angle, if that is going to be an angle. I think I'd be a bit confused why we've done Bron Breakker like that, you know? Feels like Bron Breakker with Heyman has been put in a position where it's go time. For him to come out second best to Seth, would that be correct? Don't know. Put your thoughts in the chat. Wrestle with Andy, hello buds. Said, did you see Skip Bayless is back on First Take? We should do a WWE version of with hot takes. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Shout out to you. I didn't actually. To be honest, it's not a show I don't even know where you watch it. I did watch it a little bit during. There was something going on that I used to watch Shannon Sharp and Skip when they were both doing it. And they were, I think it was around Conor Mayweather. It was a good number of years ago, and I think they both were going in a different way as to who was going to win the fight. And I think when it was Conor McGregor, Floyd Mayweather, I'm sure that's when I watched them. It was Shannon Sharp, Skip Bayless. But other than that, it's not something that's kind of part of my regular viewing. So I didn't know that he had left the show, to be honest. But he's very outspoken. He was very outspoken when I was watching him. I could understand that he is quite controversial. And yeah. I don't know if it's a good show, a widely watched show. I'd imagine it is. Certainly had a lot of views when I was watching, like, the clips of it. But, yeah, there could be a WWE version of that. I think it'd be pretty good. Beans said, Days, aren't most 21-year-olds usually out partying and getting ladies on a Friday? What is it about wrestling in this age that keep Beans? That's such a good question. It's true. But to be honest, Beans, I was doing all of that when I was like 16, 15, 14, 12. Those are the ages that I was out picking up girls, doing drugs, running with the gang, shanking people, you know, 12, 11, that kind of age. So for me now at 21, I'm kind of like an elder statesman, really. This is where I've sort of put the slippers on. I've settled down. You know, my wild days are behind me now, and now I like to watch funerals of gingerbread men. Like, that's just where I get my kicks. So, yeah, for me, that's in the past. But it's true. I think there's a lot of kids that are like late bloomers, like late developers. I was getting a lot of this stuff done much earlier in my life. So now that I am 21, you know, I'm at the stage now where I think I'm relatively mature for my age. And that means that I just like to sit down and I really like to just watch whatever it is that Triple H serves me. So, yes, Beans, good question. Robert said, I just wanted to stop by and say hello. I hope everyone is doing well. Robert, shout out to you, buds. I hope life is treating you well as well. Joshua, I hope life's treating you well as well. Joshua said, good afternoon. I'm doffing my cap. It's not a cap, it's a beanie. Hope you're doing good. I saw your video 45 minutes when I was eating lunch. You said that on June 23rd, SmackDown was on a Tuesday. But what about NXT? Joshua, shout out to you, bud. So we did get some more information on that today. It's in today's video. Not loads of information, but it's come from, there's an English journalist called Alex. He's found out that SmackDown on Tuesday, June, whatever it is not going to be airing live. It's going to be shown on the Friday as normal. So my current understanding is certainly in America, the show is going to be taped on a Tuesday and you will see it as normal on a Friday. The problem that you've got is there's going to be spoilers because the crowd are going to have been at that show. They're going to post all the clips online. Of course they are, right? So there's going to be spoilers out there. The one thing I don't know is, are they going to show it live on Netflix here in the UK? Is it just America that's going to get that SmackDown on Friday? Or will it be international as well? It'll be a little bit better if everyone watches it on Friday as normal and it's just a taped show that we watch. I mean, look, we get tape shows. They do happen. We got them, like, you know, quite often last year, here and there. It's normally around holidays, you know, kind of leading up to Christmas or leading up to, I don't know, Thanksgiving, some stuff like that, the holidays. There's tape shows. So it just looks like it's going to be a tape show. I don't really know the reason why it's taped. I don't know why they can't just go live on the Friday. But it is part of the European tour where they're going to do... It might be that they've just managed to get the O2 for Monday and Tuesday, and they've gone, well, do you know what? Let's just tape SmackDown. We'll do SmackDown at the O2. We'll tape it, and we'll just, you know, play it on the Friday. Still don't know where that leaves us with the Netflix thing, but in America, you're not going to see a change. The belief is that it's just going to air on the Friday as normal, but it will be taped, which means there will be spoilers. So that's kind of the latest on that. Bishop said, my thoughts with the gingerbread thing. Let's go. Yeah, I love hearing people's thoughts. Feel free to put your thoughts in. Is that wrestling is too serious sometimes, and it is nice to see something different. Bishop, thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Dell Jr. said, Daze, I know that you're not going to do UFC, but did you see the press conference between Chimaev and Strickland? Who do we have winning? It's not on my radar at all, but if I don't do it, then I really don't get a chance to dig into it. I might get chance to watch it, like highlights of the fights and stuff like that, because I like to try and keep in with it because it is something that I genuinely enjoy. But when it comes to like a weekend like this, my focus is totally on Backlash. So no, I don't do any research. I don't do like watching the press conferences or anything like that. So my kind of following of the sport takes a bit of a backseat, to be honest. I try to just keep an eye on it. I mean, I'll definitely want to know the winners. I'll try and watch highlights. If I get a chance to just put the show on at some point in the background after it's aired, I might try and do that as well. But that's about as far as I go when it comes to UFC, when it's not something that we can follow, you know. So yeah, very much Backlash. That Backlash stream is set up this weekend already. We're going to be starting a good few hours before the countdown. It's a little bit early, actually. I don't know if it's a 2-hour countdown with the show starting at 11, but the countdown starts at 9 UK time, which I think is 4 Eastern time. So it's early. It's quite early. So yes, we are around more wrestling tomorrow, which is quite exciting. And it should be a good show. I'm looking forward to Backlash, to be honest. Connor said, Daze Roman advertised TV appearances all throughout May and then in July. Connor, thank you. Super Sorrel, hello, said Daze, I think Shane will be the mystery partner. He likes the monies. That is his theme song. Super Sorrel, thank you. Yeah, there is a thought that it could be him. There was some chatter about him going back onto an active roster, but people have come out and said he's never left that active roster. So I don't think anything's actually changed there. So at the moment, his name's being mentioned. If it is him, it'll be a fantastic surprise. If he sticks around, it could be really interesting. I mean, if that's the surprise, I would take that all day long, because that feels like a genuine moment, you know? I can't say I'm expecting it, just because there's just no word, there's no tease, there's no rumor, there's nothing. The only thing that Michael Cole said was that whoever accepts must like money. But I think the reason why he said that is because Danhausen Online has been offering people money to be his partner. So I don't know that Michael was really teasing anything, like, you know, giving a bit of an Easter egg, giving a bit of a spoiler. I think it was probably just more connected to the fact that Danhausen has been offering people money. There was a big tweet that we shown in Unseen the other day where Danhausen offered $400 to legends to come out of retirement to be his partner. I think it's that he was referencing. So, I don't know, we'll see. If it is Shane, I mean, it'd be amazing. It'd be fantastic. Speculation today is Jelly Roll. I'd take Shane over Jelly Roll. Mayor Pete said AAA is going to be on right after Backlash. Is there any chance we stick around to watch it? No. I feel like we have this conversation pretty much every time there's a PLE. And the reason why we can't do it is because Backlash isn't just Backlash. We obviously do the breakdown video afterwards. We always do like the opinions video afterwards as well. And so my focus tomorrow is Backlash and everything that comes with Backlash. I think there's probably a post show as well. And then, of course, depending on what's happened, there's going to be a lot of reaction. For example, if Jacob aligns with Roman, or at the end of the show the Usos go walking off with Jacob, that's a bit of a bombshell that's going to have big repercussions to it. There's going to be a lot of opinion, there's going to be a lot of speculation, where do we go next? And that's the kind of stuff we need to deal with. Like, just a weekly episode of AAA, which is going to be fun, but a weekly episode of AAA that I've said many times we just can't commit to watching, that obviously has to take a back seat. So I would say if ever it's a week where there isn't a PLE and there's no major boxing, no major UFC, I'm very interested in AAA. That's my relationship with AAA, really. I respect it. Every time I've watched it, I've really enjoyed it. We're going to do their big show on the 30th. And I would say that it's overtook UFC fight nights, actually. Before, if there wasn't any wrestling and there was no big shows, we would watch UFC fight nights. And those were kind of like lower, smaller UFC shows. What AAA gives us now is the opportunity to watch that instead. So I suppose UFC for me is the big monthly shows. Boxing for me is like major boxing. Maybe a few of those in the year. And in regards to wrestling, obviously we prioritize the PLEs. And then it's just a case of fitting in AAA wherever we can. But yeah, breakdowns, opinions, all of that comes with the PLEs. Calvin said, I wonder if anyone has noticed Backlash has been on Mother's Day weekend for the last 4 years, says Calvin. Stuart said, do we think that Drew will turn up to Backlash to stop Jacob from taking the World Heavyweight Championship? I think there's a chance of it, yeah. There's a chance of it. I mean, I don't know that feud is done. I don't know where you can go with that feud. after they had a unsanctioned match at WrestleMania. I mean, it's kind of hard to know how you would follow that. So there's a chance of it, but I think there's more of a chance of something with Jacob and Usos, Jacob maybe joining the Bloodline, or there's got to be something that gets us to Clash in Italy, because Clash in Italy is only a few weeks after Backlash. So it's only a few weeks later. So I don't think there's enough time to, like, for both Jacob and Roman to move on to something different. If you're going to do that, it's going to have next to no builds. So sort of feels like whatever goes down at Backlash would feel to me like it will connect to Clash in Italy. So if Drew attacks Jacob, Jacob Clash in Italy. But then what do you do with Roman? He is on that show. He is going to be at Clash in Italy. So I'd say it's possible, because if Drew attacks Jacob, it sets up a match between them two. But then what do you do with Roman? Do you do Roman Seth? I mean, I wouldn't think so. That's a massive match that deserves a big build. I mean, that would scream SummerSlam to me. So we'd have to just have someone else step up to Roman. So I think I'm feeling a bit more like Jacob Roman is going to continue in some fashion to Clash in Italy, which probably suggests to me that Drew isn't getting involved, but it's not impossible. I think it's quite hard, actually, with Jacob and Roman. The one thing I do feel good about is that Roman retains. I feel good about that. But when it comes to how the story is actually going to play, there's so many viable ways forwards. There's so many directions that you can go. I mean, you can just have an absolute chaotic finish, which then sets up a rematch. You could have Jacob lose, but the Usos join up with Jacob, and they become a bit of a heel faction. And then you've got Roman on the other side, which could be very interesting. And we've seen these kind of shades of darkness from Jacob, you know, using that Tongan death grip. They really do want you to sort of focus on that. They really do want you to know that Jacob is a man on the edge for some reason. Absolutely desperate to get this championship. He'll do whatever it takes. And that does make me wonder if they're just teasing that he's going to turn, snap, go too far. Some people would say he's doing that now anyway. So how does that play into things when we get to Backlash? So, you know, does Jacob win the belt? Is it a case that we do a rematch, Clash in Italy, where Roman tries to get it back? Are they just going to pull the trigger on Jacob? Have they got big plans for Jacob over the summer, with Roman not around in June and most of July by the sounds of it? It's hard to say. I mean, for me, I think Roman retains. I think that Roman carrying that belt all the way to SummerSlam probably feels like the direction, most likely direction. And so I'm thinking he gets past Jacob. The odds certainly back that up as well. But I think what happens after the match is one of the most interesting, most speculated talking points about Backlash this weekend. Scottish Chris said, Daze, also, with Jacob Roman, could we see Jacob build his own bloodline to take on Roman's bloodline? So it would be bloodline versus bloodline. Well, we could do. Absolutely, we could do. The only thing I would say is we have been down that road with Solo. I don't know where the appetite would be for a bloodline. So that, for me, is definitely a way forwards. I think a lot of people are looking for something pretty big to go down over the summer. Some big story that we can get our teeth into. And I sort of feel like Jacob being a key player in that story makes sense. You know, he's someone that's got a lot of experience. He's got a decent aura. It's not Ober level, but it's good. He's worth investing in. He's someone we were excited about and continue to be excited about. And so, yeah, we could absolutely pull a trigger here and give him his bloodline and, you know, have them like battling away with the Usos maybe. I mean, again, how does Solo fit into this? How does Tala fit into this, and Tama? Because MFTs have been sort of part of this build as well. They've had issues with Jacob. So trying to figure out how all these pieces are going to be like fitting together is quite difficult, because there's been quite a bit that's happened in a very short space of time since WrestleMania. You know, we didn't know who was going to step up to Roman after Mania. It turned out to be Jacob, and he's turned out to be a lot more aggressive than what we was anticipating. Thought this was going to be family, you know, kind of like, I love you, I respect you type thing. It's not that. You've got something I need. I need my family's lives to be better. It really is like Roman is just a champion and Jacob wants the belt. I mean, there's no sort of family loyalty or love or anything like that. Again, that's been pointed out with the Tongan death grip. Like, you don't do that to family. Sort of feels a little bit like Jacob is just not treating Roman like family. And again, how does that play into things? So there's a lot to sort of think about and speculate over. There's a lot to try and figure, like, where are they going with this? I feel good Roman retains. I feel good that Backlash connects to Clash in Italy because they're very close. And then we know Roman goes away. So I think Roman retains. I think something happens after the match or towards the end of the match that's going to result in Roman retaining, and then that'll get us to Backlash. Beyond that, there's like, it's choose your own adventure. You know, do you want Jacob to be face? Do you want him to be heel? Do you want him to be on his own? Do you want him to be in a group? Do you want him to be with the Usos? How do you want the MFTs to be involved? You know, do you want him with a belt, without the belt? Blah, blah, blah. Like this, it really is like choose your own adventure, really. But I think Roman keeps the belt. I think we get to Clash in Italy and then we know Roman goes away. But I think he keeps the belt past Italy. I think he's going to keep that belt all the way to SummerSlam. It's just, what does Jacob do over the summer? And is it going to involve the Usos? You know? Is it going to involve him creating his own bloodline? I think there is definitely a conversation around that, yeah. Chris said, has anyone else just been really disappointed with the product for like 6 months? I've watched every week for 40 years, but lately it's just been uninspiring. Yeah, I don't think you're alone in saying that, to be honest. I think the problem is, well, there's a lot of problems, but I think one of the problems is the detail. I think that there's a lot of little things that add together to create big problems. I think you've got like issues where we don't have like that great heel and face dynamic. There's a lot of like grey and it's quite wishy-washy. And then you've got like, you know, right now, for example, take Jacob and Roman. Both of them are technically face. Jacob's acting a little bit more aggressive, but not to the point where he's getting booed out the building, because the fans are actually chanting far too, far too. So the fans are with him. The fans love the OTC, but they're with Jacob, like still stepping up, right? I think, though, you've got another face versus face dynamic, which is what we had with Punk and Roman at WrestleMania. And I think it's a lot more satisfying when you've got like someone we can all get behind and you've got someone that we hate. I think it's more satisfying when it's that way. This way, it's quite wishy-washy with people going in different directions as to who they're supporting. And then I think this story has been a bit weak, and I'm kind of saying that nicely. I think this story, it just feels like there's quite a few questions. I got questions about it, like, why is he being so aggressive? Why is... I mean, you can sort of fill in the blanks yourself, but we don't know that these are the correct answers. So, like, why is it that there's so much animosity towards Roman? Why is he using a Tongan death grip? Like, I don't understand. Like, why is it... Why didn't he go after Cody? Cody's got a championship. Cody was banged up. We thought Randy was still in the picture, but he isn't. We haven't seen Randy since WrestleMania. And even if Randy was still in the picture, why could Jacob have not stepped up to Cody? Like, why would that have been a problem? Instead, he's gone after Roman, but we didn't know that CM Punk was out the picture now. We didn't know. I didn't know that we weren't going to get a rematch between Roman and Punk. So Jacob steps up to Roman not knowing if CM Punk's still involved. So again, I go back to why didn't he step up to Cody? We didn't know if Randy was involved or not, but it's actually turned out he isn't. And it's Gunther that has capitalized on that. And actually, Cody's a lot more banged up right now than what Roman is. Roman's come out of WrestleMania fine. Cody's in a right mess with, after that punt kick. Plus also, Jacob is a SmackDown superstar, I believe. So again, you go, why has he jumped over to Raw to go after Roman, who's a family member? I mean, you would think that that would be like, oh, I'm not going to disrupt the family. I'm not going to upset the family. Not when there's an alternative, a weaker alternative in Cody. So obviously there's these sorts of questions about like, why are you being so aggressive? Why didn't you go after Cody? He's talking about how he's had to fight hard to get food on the table. He wants better for his family. The picture he paints is it's quite bleak for his family, and he's fighting and working and everything. And again, you've got Roman saying, well, I'm trying to look after the whole family. So you're like, well, hang on. If Roman's looking after the whole family, that would include Jacob. So, I mean, Jacob, I understand, is not going to want to take charity. But again, like, of all the times to make your move to go after a top title, like, is now the right time? Or is there something else that's going on? Some people might say, well, we had Bloodline. Jacob was in that solo Bloodline, and so there's always been animosity. But I feel like there's been a lot of water under the bridge since that story. And again, I keep seeing all these like embraces between Jacob and the Usos. They are backstage, but he puts them out on social media, him embracing Jay. And we all saw when Jay won the Rumble, Jacob went to congratulate him. It does get a bit confusing, to be honest. Like, what's reality? What's storyline? Because I am finding myself actually going, oh, hang on. I know they're really good because I've seen on social media they're really close. But now here they are acting this way. Was I meant to? It's hard. The thing is, when someone's like acting in a film, in real life, they are not that character. But with Jacob, he's Jacob on screen, but he's also Jacob in real life. So sometimes it's kind of when you see a picture of him hugging the Usos and there's just a picture, and do you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to know, like, is that in story? Is that kayfabe? Am I meant to know they're good? Or is that just a family photo? I don't know. Because I can find you a picture posted not long ago of Jacob hugging, I think it was Jimmy, just after WrestleMania, actually. And then all of a sudden, there's now on screen all this aggression. So for me, like, I think that's just an example of where it's a little bit muddy. It's not clean. It's not like, here's the hated heel, here's the baby face, easy to understand. This is the problem between them. Instead, it's like quite muddy. There's questions. And it's not just this feud. There's quite a few stories that are very similar to that as well. That where the dynamic of the story doesn't feel quite right, and it's just not kind of grabbing you as a result. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're not too sure about, why are we doing this? Why have we got? And I think, to be honest, there's been a lot of changes because of injury. And we know that, like, Pat and Jelly Roll were going to be involved, and that all got scrapped. So there's been, like, a change of plans on certain things, and I think that's affected things as well. And Triple H has kind of hinted that there's certain people that don't want to work together. He said that in an interview. He's like, I wish it was as easy as people think it is when it comes to booking. Because people are like, why don't you just do that and that? Well, I can't do that and that because they've got an injury you don't know about. That person won't work with that person. And again, you might not know about that. And he's kind of painted this picture of like some of the frustrations that he has being in that position. So, it is harder than I think we probably give it credit for, like doing the creative side of things. But, that's the job, innit? That's always been the job. It's kind of always been that way. You have to find a way of overcoming those challenges and putting a product out that really grabs people, a product that people really want to watch, that people feel is like, yeah, no, I can't miss this week's Raw. I can't miss this week's SmackDown. And I don't really know that they've been successful in achieving that, getting that, oh, I can't miss this. When you see how special Ober is and how much people are into his character and how much they're enjoying his work, you know, that just gives you a glimpse of kind of where we would like a lot of the rest of the show to be. You know, rather than taking a chance on Jade, who I understand we've got to give a, you know, an opportunity to, but I think we can all see is not a great in-ring talent. I don't think she's a great on the microphone. I think the truth is she feels a little undercooked. Like, she should be in NXT. And actually what we want is we want those Beckys that can grab a microphone and deliver a very fun segment. And we want an in-ring talent like Io or Rhea that, you know, are worth watching in the ring. There does feel like there's maybe some talent that's come up or been added that isn't quite to standard, you know? And again, it's about looking at the future with Bron Breakker and Austin Theory and Jade and Tiffany. Like, are these people, Maxine, are they going to get there? I think there's a good chance they will, yeah. I mean, it's okay to not have everyone firing on all cylinders. Like, that's okay. But we have leaned on a lot of those names that I would say are still putting things together. We have leaned on those quite a bit, actually. I mean, the whole vision was built around Bronson and Braun, and I'm not convinced they've totally clicked. And, you know, our champion was Stephanie, who was, you know, still adjusting to the main roster after coming up from NXT, and Jade. And before Jade, it was Tiffany. And I think we could see that Tiffany sort of ran out of steam kind of throughout last summer. So you kind of look at like some of the people we've leaned on, some of the limitations they've got either in ring or on the microphone. You look at some of the stories that I think have been a bit muddy. And it kind of, all these things add together to make a show that just doesn't feel unmissable. It doesn't feel like, oh my God, I need to tune in because I need to see where this is going next. And that's hard to achieve, actually, with some of the talent that we're kind of leaning on and some of the limitations that are there. And also just some bad calls by creative, you know. I mean, we absolutely could have got a lot more out of the Wyatt Six. I'm not saying that would have changed the ratings. I'm not saying that would have made the shows more unmissable. But what I can tell you is that in 2019, notoriously a bad year, one of the rare bright spots for me and many people was the Firefly Funhouse. Like, Bray's Firefly Funhouse was something that genuinely was at times one of the only things I was enjoying on the show. And I watched it and I enjoyed it and I look forward to it and I had fun with it and we did videos about it and it was enough. It was great. Like, people really enjoyed it. And I look at the Wyatt Six and I do see a missed opportunity to give us something similar. We could have been doing fun houses with the Wyatt Six and exploring those characters. And that might not have worked for everyone, but it might have just given some people something that they're missing out now, you know? A lot of people, certainly in this community, loved Nightbird, loved White Rabbit, loved Bray and his work and the Funhouse and the Fiend. You had an act that could have dug into some of that and you just treated them like a normal tag team. I mean, you couldn't have really used them much less apart from just keep them in catering, you know? It was, you know, rubbish, to be honest. And I think everyone sort of knows that. And I think, like, there's another example on top of what we've been saying about how you could have done something more with them. And it would have been good for some of the viewing audience. Maybe not would have worked for everyone, but it could have been good. And you didn't do anything with them. And now they're gone. Same with Kyrie as well, to be honest. I mean, I think there was a lot of meat on that Kyrie bone. Stories that have started and stopped. I mean, that whole kind of Kyrie and she jumps. I mean, we sort of kind of stopped doing that for a period of time during WrestleMania. I think because they weren't sure if we were going to get a match. And so if they didn't know we were getting a match, they weren't going to commit to the story. So you had a bit of a story, and then it sort of stops. Then it looked like they were going to be bringing it back, and then she gets released. So, I mean, not only have you got, like, you know, changes, but even stories that we're trying to tell are suffering disruption. Yeah, it's been very messy. It has. I mean, this is why if anyone wants to be brave enough to say that it's been brilliant, I think there's a whole wealth of things you can go, okay, well, but what about this, and what about this, and what about this, and what about this? But within there, they have still been able to deliver some good shows. We do have to say that Raw was pretty strong in the build to WrestleMania. SmackDown, terrible. But Raw was pretty strong. So within these challenges, within this, like, you know, change and all of the kind of disruption, they have still been able to find some good shows. I just hope they can find one tomorrow. I mean, if tonight bombs, who cares? We'll forget about it by tomorrow. But I think everyone's really hoping that Backlash can follow up those good vibes from WrestleMania Night 2, because that did repair a fair bit of damage, actually. Everyone came away from WrestleMania Night 2 feeling pretty good. And then the Raw after Mania was not crazy, but it was acceptable. People had a good time with it. And I don't know, I think we have just sort of had a few shows that have been a bit, I'm not sure about this. The Gingerbread Man segment, obviously divided opinion, but some loved it, some didn't. But that's fine. You know, it's okay to try some stuff. But again, ultimately, it's about tomorrow. Can you deliver tomorrow? Can we leave that show tomorrow going, yes, we're in the right place, we're on the right track. That's what we're going to be hoping for. Right, I want to try and get through as many of these as we can. So, sad to say it, but the heart of the Funhouse was Bray. When the Master is gone, it's hard for the Wyatt Six to follow. The debut of the Wyatt Six was strong. That was the height of their power, said Johnny. Yeah, the only thing I would say about that, Bud, is it's hard to agree when we didn't even do it. Do you know what I mean? If we'd done fun houses and we dug into the characters and it just didn't work, maybe then we would be sat here going, you're right, we couldn't do it. It was, you know, Bray was just too good and all that stuff. But we didn't even try. And I think people would say Nightbird was a very, very worthy follow-up. I think Nightbird, you know, was better than White Rabbit. I mean, it was bigger. It was longer. There was more stuff to it. I mean, there was so much work that went into it. There was a whole journal that was online, and there was loads, like we were going to the WhatsApp, WWE WhatsApp. We were tuning into the WWE Twitch. There was a whole therapist thing. Like, it was, and we saw the cabins, and we saw that bride, which turned out to be Nikki, of course. And, you know, we got all these Easter eggs and everything. So I think they had it within them to do it, because they showed us in Nightbirds that they could do it. They just didn't do it. A part of me wonders if it was just too much work. But I think the positives would have outweighed the cost. I mean, we know that they're not struggling for money. Are we really saying that we couldn't have just hired Rob Fee to just do Wyatt Six stuff? I mean, is that really too much of an expense? If Rob Fee only had to focus on Wyatt Six, think of what he could have come out with. Because I think that was what was happening for Nightbirds. He was just only doing Wyatt Six. So if we had him just doing Wyatt Six stuff when they were around and just kind of carried on that same investment, God, who knows what we could have got. I mean, it could have been really good. I can't say for certain. The only thing I can do is point to Nightbird and say it was universally loved. And it was so well received. And there was genuine excitement for their debut because Nightbird had done its job. So if Rob Fee had been like really focused on just Wyatt Six, we could have got something really, really amazing. But it feels like WWE didn't want to do that because they didn't want to just have him on that. They wanted to use him for like other stuff as well. They wanted to, do you know what I mean? Just use him as like, help this person with their vignette, do that over there, do this, do that. He would be doing lots of vignettes and lots of different things. And it just meant that the Wyatt Six never got the same focus once they debuted. And they did just become another act. So I think that was the shame, really, that we didn't continue that same level of investment. And so we'll just never know what they could have achieved. But I do want to stress, I'm not saying that would have changed ratings or changed the company. But would it have just given some of us a segment each week on SmackDown that we could have really looked forward to? I think the answer is yes. If you've got Carmelo doing open challenges that people really loved, that's great. We keep that. If you've got the Wyatt Six doing a fun house type thing each week, doesn't have to be long, few minutes, but it's enough. And there's maybe a QR code or there's something to get your teeth into. Again, it's another tick in the box, isn't it? It's another reason to tune into the show. And if you can just keep delivering those ticks, before you know it, the show becomes unmissable. Before you know it, the show is like, yeah, man, I can't miss SmackDown. And I think the truth is there's just too many segments, average matches that don't really hit. That's, you're just sort of there. If you watch them, fine. If you don't, you haven't missed anything. Champions that you're not really too bothered about, feuds that maybe feel a bit flat. There's not much story to them. It's just a bit undercooked. That there's a lot of that. There's too much of that. And it's hard though. I mean, we do have to sit here and keep saying like, no one wants this to work better than Triple H. I mean, he would love to be delivering banging shows and be the talk of the town. I mean, he would love those memes of people saying that he's cooking and all that stuff, he'd love that. So I don't think that, he's doing this on purpose or he's like necessarily bad at booking. I just think he's got lots of challenges that he has found really difficult to overcome. I think that's the truth. I think there's been a lot of challenges that he has just not been able to find a really constructive way forward with, be it injuries, be it TKO getting involved, whatever it might be. And I think that has sort of derailed him. So I think it's that. Okay, now that Sol Ruka has signed a WWE contract to Raw, do we think that she'll go after Becky Lynch for the championship belt? Yeah, it feels like them two are on a collision. Certainly felt that way on Monday, didn't it? Flamefist said, I still believe something has happened with Kyrie backstage. It still hasn't been brought to light. I think that it might be that they have decided that they're using her in a story right now, but they don't have any major plans to use her in stories moving forwards. She'll feature, but she's not going to be like a top woman. So I think there might have been a chance she was asked to take a bit of a pay cut. I do find myself wondering if she was offered a new deal and that she may have turned it down and decided no and went back to Japan. Do you know what I mean? I mean, we know there's about 6 people that were offered new deals, and it seems like it was either sign the deal or you got to go. And I do find myself wondering if Kyrie was in that boat. I don't think she would have been paid too much anyway, though. That's my only thing. I don't think they were paying her loads of money. So, Adam said, you can tell that they've stopped doing non-televised live events by how stiff most of the wrestlers' promo abilities have become. Yeah, a lot of those skills, promos, and just even the kind of flow, the chemistry in the match. I mean, if you're wrestling all the time, having another match is nothing, is it? But if you don't wrestle as much, if you're having a match, it becomes a thing. It's like, oh man, I've got a match tonight. And all of a sudden it becomes a bit more of like something. And I don't know, the body might be a little bit more stiff. And the chemistry with your opponent, you haven't had a chance to really work stuff out. Because a lot of the times what was happening was that we would do house shows throughout the week and the weekends. And when it came to Raw or SmackDown, the people would have wrestled each other like 10, 15, 20 times, if not more, before we even got to Raw or SmackDown. So they had all these spots and they had all these timings and they had all this chemistry, which meant that, you know, they could put on a much better performance. I do think, though, that it is a little bit of kind of rewriting history to make out that matches were like so much better, because I don't think that's true. Again, we have to remind ourselves 2019 was seen as a really bad year. Even 2018 is not, you know, looked back on with much love. That time period is not great. I feel like you had Daniel Bryan and WrestleMania around 12, 13, certainly 14, where we got to WrestleMania 30. Then, you know, at the end of that, Sting comes in. That was quite exciting. You know, I like 2014. I think it's a great year. 2015 is where we've got, like, you know, Brock, obviously the year of Brock, really. He's doing a lot of stuff around this time period because of him being the one that finished the streak. You've obviously got the rise of the Shield members because they split in 2014. So the Shield split. So I feel like there's things going on around this time period, taking us to 2016 with the arrival of AJ. Cena's starting to work much less now. Undertaker's working much less. I think it's around this kind of mid-period here where we start to see the decline. I think as we go into 17, 18, certainly 19, we start to go down. But we're still doing house shows at that time. So I do think it's a little dangerous just to sort of paint a picture that, oh, everything was great when we had house shows, because no, we still had our challenges. It's just we can identify certain problems now and we can go, we think it's, you know, house shows that are really causing a problem, or lack of that's causing a problem. But there were other challenges if you go back to like the 2010s when we were still doing house shows. So yeah, I suppose the point I'm making is it's not a magic wand answer. It's not like bring back house shows and everything's fixed. But it should result in some of the matches being better than what we've been seeing. I suppose that's the conclusion we can reach. Let's go down. RBB5052. Shout out to you, buds. Said, is there any word on KO return? No. He might never return, is what we heard. The injury that he has suffered was bad. He's had neck surgery. He actually spoke about it briefly when he did an announcement the other day, because he announced that WWE is going back to Canada, and he was in his car, and I think he even showed like the surgery scar that he had. I mean, it's bad. It's really bad. He's been out of action now for over 12 months. He was meant to compete against Randy at last year's WrestleMania, and it got pulled, and we have not seen him since. So, I mean, it's over 12 months. There's no word on a return. At the moment, he's doing coaching on LFG. So, and, you know, he's still within the WWE family. So he's still doing like meet and greet appearances and things along those lines. Although those meet and greet appearances did get pulled, didn't they? WWE Worlds. And do you remember people were like, oh my God, that means he's going to be with Randy or something, right? And no, there was just obviously some sort of scheduling clash or whatever. But yeah, no, to answer your question, no. That's everything I know about Kevin. Still no word on a return. Don't even know if he is ever going to return. Although we've seen such amazing returns from injury, I will actually be shocked if he doesn't. But then, you know, you think about Big E, who never did and seemingly never will. He's announced his retirement, hasn't he? So I hope Kevin is not going to go that way. But unfortunately, there is an example of Big E who never did make it back. What show do we think he should be on? There's no word he's coming back. He's teased he's going to be at Calgary on his birthday. Will he show on his birthday or later? There's no word of him coming back. I feel like your follow-up questions are obviously all connected to the first one, but there's no words or anything about him returning. I certainly would not be getting excited about a return anytime soon. It would have to be a real, the dirt sheets didn't know about it, just kind of out of nowhere. Oh my God, I wasn't expecting this. One of those true shocking moments, you know. But at the moment, no, he's been having surgeries. Is not in a good way. He showed the scar the other day. I think he's had to have a fair few surgeries actually. And it's not been a few months or anything. It's been over 12 months that he's been out the ring. So yeah, it's been bad. Really, really bad. So I would say if we get him back at all, then it's going to be a surprise, and it's going to be very, very welcome, because no one wants his career to end this way. Steve said, Daze, I just saw a rumour that the Gingerbread Man funeral might close the show tonight. I'd be surprised if that happens, to be honest. But not impossible. I'd be surprised if that happens, because I don't think Sammy Trick is the biggest story. It's like a mid-card story. So to have it being the thing that closes out the show, yeah, I'd be surprised at that. Rory said WWE should sign Buddy Matthews, and he and Rhea can come after Liv and Dom. I don't know actually when his contract's up. I don't know when he's available. So I don't know if they'd be interested. They might be. He was always a solid worker, and as you said, you could certainly do a lot with him and Rhea. Not sure if they'd be interested. They've just brought back Matt Cardona though, so never say never. Connor said, here's what I'm saying. When are we expecting Bronson to come back after he returns? Yeah, no word on Bronson. Again, nothing. He is expected to return, though. And it could be at any point. He's been out for a good while. Let's just have a look, actually, and see if there is any Bronson Reid chatter. Because I haven't seen anything in weeks and weeks and weeks. So, yeah, the last thing I've got goes back to March 20th. The recent injury with Bronson was a deciding factor for Cody Orton at WrestleMania and doing Drew Jacob in a separate match. The Bronson injury was a clincher for this for whatever reason. That just... this sucks. Here's Bronson's injury. So his injury was on February 24th. So how long are we looking now? We're about, February 24th? About 2.5 months. But yeah, the last thing I saw was at the end of March. Bronson's injury will cause big changes. That's it. No, nothing. No words. If anyone hears anything, let me know, because any kind of injury updates are always welcome. Right. Decay said, annoyed that they essentially wasted the punts. Yeah, the punt's a bit weird, isn't it? Because he did it after the match. And, I mean, maybe they only found out that he was injured after the match. Perhaps, like, he wasn't feeling great following the match, and they did some checks, and it turns out, oh, no, you're in a bad way. So perhaps they didn't know. But, yeah, the belief was that the punt was meant to be a way of letting you know this is not done, which I think, it makes that quite clear, doesn't it? Randy getting that punt, it keeps heat on Randy, whatever heat there was, sympathy on Cody, whatever sympathy there was, and just lets you all know that, yeah, this ain't over. But then, of course, we haven't seen Randy, and now we move on to Gunther. I suppose the thing is that you can always go back to it. Cody is not going to forget the damage that was done. And you can always, show the clip and reference back to it. So it's there to be still used. I don't think it was necessarily wasted. But yeah, we just haven't immediately followed up on it. And again, hard to say why. It might be because of an injury that kind of came out of that match. And we didn't know about it at the time. That's just speculation, though. Chris said, Daze, here's my health update. The hospital called. They think that I've got some chronic liver rejection, but I'm going to find out what the plan is on the 18th of May. Chris, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Well, thank you for the updates. And that's not too far away, is it? That's about just over a week away. So obviously, thoughts with you, my friends. Hoping that turns out to be as positive as it can. but it's good to get some updates. And do you know what I mean? I always say it every time it comes to these things, like, you just take it that step at a time. There's not anything else you can do, is there? Just enjoy life, live it to the max, and just take each step as it comes. So 18th, find out what's the plan, take it from there. So definitely send in thoughts and good vibes in your direction, my friends. Silver said Kairi Sane might be on her way back. Well, there are some people wondering if she will make an appearance tomorrow. So yes, there are some people thinking that she could pop up. I don't know how realistic that is. I don't think it's impossible. I think there is a chance, but yeah, let's see. I'd love for her to come back. I don't think it makes sense for her to come back, say goodbye, and then just go again. You know, that doesn't really make much sense to me. So if she's going to come back, I'd like her to come back permanently. Let's go back down to the chats. Okay, Big Time said, Days, after a couple of months carriage dispute between Satellite Dish and Grey Media causing 49 CW channels to be blacked out, the issue was resolved. NXT is up 101. They did 641 for the first time over 600 since March. Oh, okay. So it's gone up, and it's gone up because there was some dispute. It's worth knowing. Big Time, thank you. So a resolved dispute has led to an increase in viewership. Okay, good. Alex Bliss Gamer said, Days, you'll be excited for the main events. Well, are they saying that it's going to be the funeral? I mean, I will be surprised if it is the funeral. Doesn't strike me as the kind of thing you would end SmackDown with. So, I don't know. If that's doing the rounds at the moment, then that must be what we're getting. So, we'll have to wait and see. Connor said, do we expect Sammy might interfere? Oh, of course. And also interrupt the Gingerbread Man funeral. Sammy isn't advertised for SmackDown. Yeah, I can't see any way he doesn't interfere. This whole thing is building to trick Sammy. So, Mark said, I hope to see Sammy come out eating a Gingerbread Man cookie during the funeral. Green Bean said, I don't see Kairi coming back. I think she's going to miss being back home. Via is coming, said Eli ELC09. What if Mello or Elia is the Gingerbread Man costume, said Stewart's. Well, there's a whole world of possibility, isn't there, in regards to what you could do with the Gingerbread Man thing. Football Talk said, Days, did you get banned on TikTok? Yes. Yeah, they took the TikTok account down. Obviously, I'm sure you've seen that a lot of those reaction clips have been getting hit recently, so... we spoke about it the other day. No complaints from me. You know, if you use their content, their footage, it's kind of a risk that you run. But obviously the thing is that they've been absolutely fine with it. I mean, for years I've been doing that and there's been no problem. And then, yeah, out the blue, it seems like everyone's been affected. So I don't believe it's someone, though, that's doing it. My understanding is that it's actually bots that are going around, and it's like a new detection thing. So it's not like there's someone at WWE going, oh no, I'm shooting that down, it's like these bots that are just out that have been programmed to go out and see, you know, if any content is being misused. It's a little disappointing, only because it was okay. Do you know what I mean? I mean, WWE see those reaction clips and they've never had a problem with them. That TikTok account had been up for I don't know, a couple of years now, and it had been fine. So, but again, no complaints from me, because yeah, it's their footage, isn't it, at the end of the day? So it's up to them what they want to allow and what they don't want to allow. So yeah, it would have been nice if there was just a message saying, can you take the stuff that's got footage down? We'll leave your account, but, you know, just do that. If there'd been something like that, would have been quite nice, but they don't owe me that, so. But I've said before to you guys that all of that stuff, that it's only ever put out to promote this stream. It's just to let people know we exist. We do watch-alongs. We have these conversations. If you're into WWE and you want to know what's being said out there from Fightful and Dave and PW Insider, or you've got some theories or thoughts and you want to chuck stuff around, you know, this is why we always start a few hours before and we talk wrestling and we really get into the weeds. Yeah, those reaction clips, really, they never made any money, never made a cent, never made a penny. So, I mean, financially, it did nothing. But it was just a way of just like, if people saw them, thought they were funny or informative or enjoyed them in any way, perhaps they'd like to hang with us on these streams. So, yeah, if it's like you can't do that anymore, it's no problem. It's no great hardship. It was only ever to advertise this. So, yeah, that's that. Daze, when does SmackDown go to 2 hours? End of June. So, apparently the first 6 months are 3 hours. And then the last 6 months are 2 hours. And it was that way last year as well. So, and apparently it will be that way going forward. So first 6 months of every year, 3 hour shows. Second 6 months, 2 hour shows. I don't know if that's in the actual contract. I'd imagine it is. And I think a large reason for it is because I think maybe a bit to do with Rumble and WrestleMania. The first 6 months of the year are the busier 6 months because of it being WrestleMania season, right? And the fallout. And we know the second part is not as busy. I mean, it doesn't go down like massive, but yeah, you know, it's not as busy. So I think they feel like 2 hours is probably better. And then they put the Braun Strowman show on after it. Like that goes into that third hour. So yeah, 6 months, 3 hours, 6 months, 2 hours. Mark said, do we think that the 2002 debut class could be the Hall of Famer 2027? Lesnar, Cena, Orton, Batista, Gail Kim, Victoria, Bobby Roode, Dawn Marie all debuted in the same year. No. I'd be surprised if they did that because WWE always want a headliner, a big name to try and get people to buy tickets to Hall of Fame. So if you're going to put in Lesnar, Cena, Orton, all going in to the same year, same class, you're just taking big names away from future years where, you know, a big name like that would be very welcome to try and sell tickets. If you do Cena going into the Hall of Fame, it doesn't really matter who else you put in. People are going to go. There's going to be enough Cena fans that are going to want to go to, you know, and you can fill it out with a Gail Kim and a you know, Dawn Marie or whoever. Like, you can still make it a bit of a class of 2002 and still have that as a theme. But I'd be struggling to see Lesnar, Cena, or Batista all going in the same year because of just the fact that WWE want that headliner and they want to, you know, sell tickets. It's an event to make money, isn't it? Because they don't need to have it on TV and they don't need to give Demolition like 6 minutes each to talk, right? The reason why it's structured the way it's structured is because they want it to be an event that people tune into, that they get like ticket sales from, that they get viewership from, that they can kind of monetize. And then, of course, you've got all the merch that comes out for it, all the Demolition Hall of Fame shirts and, you know, Stephanie McMahon Hall of Fame shirt, Stephanie McMahon championship belt, commemorative belt. I mean, the whole thing is monetized. The whole thing has got, like, you know, a reason for... this is why, like, certain matches go in over other matches. I mean, I'm trying to think of like a really great match between like two mid-carders, but when's that going to go in? Because they want the Stone Colds, they want the Bret Harts and the Shawn Michaels, they want you to tune in and they want to sell tickets. So, I mean, they're going to want the big names and the big name matches to go into the Hall of Fame because it means that they can get those names at the Hall of Fame. If you're like in a mid-cards, they're probably not that bothered. about like putting your match in, even if it deserves it, because really it's just like we want to get the names. You know, we want Undertaker, we want Shawn, we want Stone Cold, we want Punk, we want those kind of names. So I'll be surprised if they put all of them in, but they could put 1 or 2 in and then fill out the rest of it with some of the lower level talent. They could do it that way. Connor said, after Otis answered Obafemi's open challenge on Raw, who do we think is going to answer Obafemi's open challenge on this Raw? Well, you just look at the Raw roster and you look at who would be interesting to step up and who can take a loss. So we kind of did that the other day. I think Sheamus is definitely an option. I don't know when he's going to be ready to come out, but when Sheamus comes out, he's big, he's strong, he's going to put up a hell of a fight. It'd be a banger. Oba can get the win. Sheamus doesn't lose anything really by losing. It's not like his stock goes down or anything like that. So he can suffer a loss and it doesn't affect him. But it's still a good win for Oba. Like Oba getting past someone as physical as Sheamus. Because you know he's going to have his chest being chopped and all. It's a bit like getting past an Ilya Dragunov. You know, beating Ilya. Ilya can take a loss because he's lost quite a bit. But he gives everything. Chopping away, like his intensity, his passion. Like, if you can get past Ilya, that's a really good win. Doesn't really matter that he's lost quite a bit. It's a good win. It's a credible win. That's someone that I could see, you know, Oba getting a win over. An Ilya Dragunov, a Sheamus. I don't know, like an Omos maybe, if you want to bring the big man down. I don't know that you'd want to do that because I don't know if you want Omos to suffer a loss at the moment because we don't really see him that often. So for him to come out and lose would be a real shame considering we just hardly see him. So, I don't know, Omos might not tick all the boxes. But those would be the kind of names, you know, a Damian Priest. You could see Damian stepping up to Oba and just falling short, you know, just falling short. Maybe like a count out or something like that, just couldn't get back into the ring in time, or maybe even a distraction. Someone distracts Damian and he ends up losing. I actually think someone like Johnny Gargano, who could just remind people of just how good he is in the ring. You know, Johnny could go out there, put on a really good match, but, you know, again, he's going to get put away, and Johnny losing doesn't hurt anything. So I think there's quite a few names. It's got to be people that have got a degree of credibility. You could say Johnny doesn't, but he does with me because he was just the man in NXT. If you watched NXT, he's, I think, probably still got credibility with you. Main roster-wise, yeah, maybe not so much, but I think he's definitely someone that could go in there, give a good account of himself, but of course, lose, but look good doing it. Ilya Dragunov, Damian Priest, Sheamus, those kinds of names would be names I'd be thinking. I don't mind Pete Dunne coming out as Pete Dunne. We haven't seen him in a while. Ludwig Kaiser comes out as Ludwig Kaiser. Tyler Bate comes out as Tyler Bate. Tyler Bate's back. Oh my God, I haven't seen him in ages. Bring Tyler Bate down. Bring Pete Dunne down. Bring Ludwig down. Bring Chad Gable down. All of them can step up to Oba and just fall short. No problems. And then they go away again, you know? Back to the Los Americanos stuff, right? So those would all be potential options as well. Big Time said, Daze, SmackDown women's baby faces are Rhea, Charlotte, Alexa, Tiffany, Jordan. Heels, they've got Jacy, Fallon, Lainey, Kiana, Julia, Blake, Lash, Nia, Jade, Meechin, B-Fab. They are heel heavy. Feels that way, yeah. Obviously, that's something they're going to have a look at. I mean, I'm sure they know where they are. If they're not even going to get a draft done, then they are going to have to jig it a different way, be it a superstar shakeup or just moving the odd person around or turning people. So they'll be aware of it because obviously they're booking women's divisions, so they'll know what heels they've got, what faces they've got. I think, to be honest, we've just called a lot of people up and we've just finished a lot of stuff like, you know, Charlotte and Alexa maybe being in the tag division. Don't know that they're going to keep doing that. I mean, it might be that they start having quite a few singles matches, but still hang around each other. So, obviously, there's just a little bit of transitional period. But I don't know. I'm just going to sound like a broken record. I feel like we need a draft, but I felt like we needed a draft throughout most of 2025. I think a draft right now would help, but if they can't fit one in, they're going to have to find a different way through a shake-up, through transfers, through turning people to, balance out the rosters. Shining Wizard said, I think the Hall of Fame should have a players vote where the performers get to induct someone that's been influential on their working career. Again, that would be brilliant, wouldn't it? But I think the problem with that, and also if the fans voted, the problem with that is it takes the control out of WWE's hands. And I don't think they want to lose that control. I think they want to put people in when they feel it's the right time, I mean, Macho Man was on the out with WWE, so was Demolition. So is Ryback right now. What if the fans want Ryback to go in? I don't know that WWE would want to do that. What if they want the Shield to go in? Don't think WWE want to do that because they don't want to promote. They don't want Dean Ambrose, Jon Moxley, to kind of come in, and then that in a way is promoting AEW. I know that we sort of did it with Billy Gunn when we put DX in, but to be honest, that was a talking point at the time, wasn't it? When we did that, it was like a talking point. So I think WWE want that control so that they can choose who goes in what year. Politically, it all makes sense. The people they're putting in, they're on good terms with. And yeah, I agree with you, though. I think it would be great if, the wrestlers could choose someone and we could choose someone. I also think it'd be great if each inductee got more time to speak. We did not need all of Stephanie's daughters and Linda doing induction speeches and then have Stephanie. I mean, Stephanie took the first hour. It was all Stephanie. And I'm not down on it. That's fine. But, I don't know. When you hear that, there was no speech for Psycho Sid's family and, there was no speech for Bad News Brown's family, and Demolition got told you can have, I think it was 6 minutes each. Apparently they had all these great stories ready to tell, but when they got there, they were told you've got 6 minutes each. And that was it for Demolition. So you sort of look at some people not getting speeches, some people getting very short speeches. Really, it's only the headliners that get proper speeches. I mean, I think AJ could have had as long as he wanted, but he just kept it really, really short. That's his choice, But I do like the Hall of Fame because, I mean, it's great. It's great seeing what it means to everyone when they go in. But some of those stories are great stories. There's some really great stories. Plus, also, I sort of feel like it's a little bit of an autobiography, really, of the person. So they tell you how they got into it, what inspired them, who trained them, key things on their journey. In a way, it's a little bit like a short version of their autobiography. So you can learn so much from the speeches as well. Obviously, if they're just going to stand there thanking loads of people you've never heard of, that's a bit dull. But most of them kind of structure it in a way where it's really interesting to listen to and quite insightful, and you can learn some stuff as well. So, to turn around to Demolition, think of the stories Demolition could have told. And go, you got 6 minutes. I mean, all you can do with that is just say thanks and go, isn't it? So, yeah, look, at the end of the day, it's about trying to make as big a spectacle as possible, get as many big names on as possible, sell as many tickets as possible. And I think there's definitely a conversation around, is it right? I don't think they've ever quite got it right. If you think of the amount of changes we've done to the Hall of Fame, it was a dinner at one point, then it was being done in the ring in front of a live crowd that had just watched a show. That felt like it didn't work. Now it's on a stage. It's been on a stage before, and it's a separate event in a different venue. We've given everyone quite a bit of time in the past. Now we don't do that. Legacy used to be a massive class full of people that had kind of not been in WWE. Now it's 2 or 3 names, and they don't get to speak. Mostly because I think everyone that goes in now has passed, but their families don't get to, say anything. So it's every year it feels like, it was only last year we started putting in a match. So now a match goes in. There used to be a Warrior Award that we don't do anymore, So, and there was like backstage people that were honoured that way. There was that woman, wasn't there, that did a lot of charity work. She went in. I mean, people have said that as well. We should put in like backstage makeup people that have been there a long time. I mean, Stu, the cameraman. I mean, I don't think anyone would be against him going into the Hall of Fame. Think of all his contributions as a cameraman, right? So, you've got people that, like John Cone, who used to be a referee, now works in talent relations. Michael P.S. Hayes. I mean, he's gone in with the Freebirds, but even if he hadn't been the Freebirds, like Bruce Pritchard's, just because of what they've done behind the scenes, do you put them in? So yeah, it's ever changing. It's ever changing when it comes to the Hall of Fame. I'm sure it will change again next year, the year after. They just never seem to find that sort of sweet spot with it. Connor said, do we think there is a slight chance that we could see Blake Monroe make her SmackDown debut next week? Yeah, there's a chance. They've said she should be in before the end of the month, yes. Dad Stuff, hello, said, do we think that we're having all these open challenges to mask the lack of long-term booking? I think that we're doing these open challenges because they are well received. They're one of the best things on the show. And I think it ticks a box. I think it's an easy tick of a box. Is it masking some of the long-term? Not really, because we still know those issues are there. We still know that some of the long-term stories aren't quite hitting. And, a lot of those issues that we mentioned earlier are still prevalent, a lack of investment in certain characters and some stories that just feel clunky, and people, for example, we kind of spoke of like some of the issues with Rome and Jacob, but I mean, you can see what happened to the Randy Cody story where Pat got shoved in. I mean, all of these things are still evident. All of these things, with Punk and Roman was okay. Like, the build for that was okay. I'd say that was one of the stronger kind of builds. But Becky, AJ, I mean, AJ Lee just wasn't really around too much. We didn't get much interaction between Becky and AJ, so the build for that felt a little bit flat. Obviously, they had Sammy take the belt off Carmelo, who had been doing the open challenges. The crowd then really pushed back on Sammy. That was obviously really bad for Sammy. And so, that then completely changed the dynamic as to how I think they thought that was all going to play out, I don't think they planned for this to go the way it's gone. I think they thought the fans would be with Sammy and he was going to take on Trick, and Trick was going to be this arrogant heel. But I mean, it's just the crowd have completely gone a different way because the fans love Carmelo, and Sammy took the belt off Carmelo. And really, they should have just done Trick Carmelo at WrestleMania and not had Sammy anywhere near this. So, yeah, there's lots of different... You can go one by one in all the different stories and the build to WrestleMania and where we are with different things now, and you can talk about where the issues have been. I don't know that the open challenges necessarily mask that, because I think those challenges are still evident. But I think that since last year, they've been one of the best, most well-received parts of SmackDown. And I think the appetite to do them, certainly if Trick's not going to do them now, they seem to have just switched it over to Oba. So, Sammy was doing it when he was US champ, and it was really well received. You might remember he got permission from John Cena to start doing it, and it worked. People enjoyed him. And then he lost the belt to Ilya. Ilya continued it. Ilya lost the belt to Carmelo. Carmelo continued it. Carmelo lost the belt to Sammy. Sammy didn't really continue it because there wasn't much time. And then, of course, Trick wins the belt at Mania and says, I'm not doing the open challenges. But then Oba's picked it up now. So now Oba's doing them. just completely unconnected, right? So I think it's something we've been doing since just after SummerSlam last year. I can't remember quite when Sammy got that US title, but September, was it? Something like that. So we've been doing them for quite a while now on either SmackDown or Raw. And to be honest, they've been some of the best parts of the show. So, and I really enjoyed the Otis one on Monday, actually. By for the win. Shout out to you, Brian Nixon, for the win. Said, hi everyone, late to the party, but I am looking forward to this weekend. I'm really hoping Danhausen's partner is Shane O'Mac. There is chatter online, people hoping it's going to be Shane. I would give it 10% chance, something like that. If I'm a betting man, I wouldn't say it's impossible. I think there is a chance. I think that the chatter today has been around Jelly Roll. I feel like Jelly Roll is more of a favourite. There was chatter as well the other day about CM Punk. I think CM Punk is more of a favourite as well. I think there's a few that are on the active roster that I'd put above, but no, I don't think it's impossible. Adam said, why would they give Jayne that Tongan death grip if he's not going to win with it? It seems backwards for the tribal chief to overcome and demystify a sacred bloodline move, says Adam. Well, I think the thing with that is that it was a way of showing the desperation of Jacob, and it was a way of, because they've had a very short period of time to build this. Between WrestleMania and Backlash, it's not been long. So they've had a very short period of time to actually get people on board with, you know, this feud. And I think they've kind of turned up the aggression. I think they've had Jacob be very confrontational. There's been quite a bit of animosity, more than what I would have expected. And they've given him this Tongan death grip. And I think they're just desperately trying to get people to believe that Jacob is hungry for this. This is not just Jacob trying to win the belt. This is a hungry Jacob, a desperate Jacob, a Jacob who's got his back against the wall. And yeah, I think they've had a very short time period to communicate that. And I think the Tongan death grip has been a part of that. So in regards to why would they do that, I think that's the reason why they would do it. In regards to, does Roman overcome it? Well, yeah, but he can overcome it in a way where it does not belittle the move. You know, it could be a case that it's in and Roman's in big trouble. Maybe the Usos get involved. Maybe MFTs get involved. Maybe Roman's right by the rope when it's on and he can get to the rope and the ref breaks it up. So it doesn't have to be a case that it's on in the middle of the ring and Roman just gets to his feet and no-sells it. Like, I think there will be some consideration as to where and when the move is used to keep it protected, but it doesn't necessarily mean that this is it. You know, this is going to be what definitely puts the belt onto Jacob. Again, we have to keep saying it because we never quite know where these things are going, but Jacob has a chance, but I don't see him winning. Right now, if I'm a betting man, my money is going to Roman. That stuff said, I meant, do we think they're used in the challenges to avoid having to long-term book talent involved in the challenges? No, not really. I think it's just a good way of cycling through that talent. So, for example, like you could use the open, you could not have the open challenges and put the mid-card champ into a story, but I would say we're doing that all over the place anyway, you know, with the women's champs and, you know, other things that we've got going on. So, you know, for me to, I don't think there's like some conspiracy that like we're doing this as an easy way out of booking. I think that it's just that we're doing a lot of stories. I think this is a well-received technique, if you will, right? It's a open challenges. It has that air of mystery. Who's going to answer the challenge this week? And I think that's always quite well received by fans as they, you know, like to speculate who's it going to be. Just like you saw with Connor earlier asking who's going to answer Ober's challenge this week. That plays out all over social media, that speculation of who's next, and people will wonder who's next for Oba. So there is value to doing an open challenge. But not only that, it also helps get some talent rotated onto the show. So, for example, Otis, he gets onto the show. Might not have got him on the show otherwise. It meant Akira Tozawa could do a comedy spot. And we might not have been able to have done that otherwise. So I think if I was struggling to find upsides for it, if I was sat here I don't really know why we're doing it, it probably is because we're too lazy to do a story for the champs. If I couldn't find the upsides, then I'd probably be feeling that way. But I think because I can see the upsides, people enjoy the matches. They enjoy, just watching these two people that you wasn't sure you were going to get. I mean, for example, Johnny versus Carmelo, you would have to put into a feud and do a story otherwise. And then that means that they're probably going to have a few matches. But the fact we could watch Carmelo against Johnny, and then next week Carmelo versus Ilya, and then the next week after that do Carmelo versus, The Miz, and just cycle through people, keeps it fresh, keeps it moving, keeps it, means you can speculate as to who's next. I can see a lot of positives as to why you would do it. So no, I'm not gonna beat creative over the head with that. I actually think it's been one of the things that's worked. I think the open challenges have been really well received, and I think that there are other benefits like cycling through talent that might otherwise struggle to get onto the show. And actually, some of the best matches have come out the open challenges as well. I mean, Carmelo is such a good in-ring talent. And Ilya was before as well, and Sammy was before, that those open challenges have been, it's felt a little bit like how the Funhouse was one of the great things in 2019. I think one of the great things on SmackDown in 2025 going into 2026 was the open challenges. So if you've got something that's working, you keep going with it, don't you? And I think that's probably that as much as anything. Daze, I didn't think WWE would be worse this year. Will it continue next year if TKO is around? I don't know that it is worse this year. I mean, that's an interesting conversation to have. There's one job I keep meaning to do, and that's I keep meaning to go back onto the feedback you provide on the Opinions channel and actually get all of the scores that you scored the shows, and then cross-reference it with Cage Match and just see, is this worse? Perception is interesting, isn't it? Because when you're going through something that doesn't feel great, it can feel like it's, bad because it all feels bad. But actually, there's an argument last year was worse than this. I mean, Raw was not bad leading up to WrestleMania. I will stand by that because I do the Opinions videos and I saw your thoughts and reactions. You weren't really down on it. You weren't really saying it was a disaster. Raw was actually getting some decent scores. I mean, CM Punk was doing some good work, to be honest. Stephanie and Liv was being pretty well received. Oba and the build to him and Brock was well received. Like, they were ticking some boxes. And we were getting into the sevens. So I would say the Red brand, certainly on the road to WrestleMania, was okay. Might not have been mind-blowing, but it was okay. But SmackDown just really was letting stuff down. So, I don't know. I can't really tell you if it's better or worse. My gut feeling is it might be a bit better. My gut feeling is this year might be a bit better. But I'd love to have some data to back that up. And the data I would probably look for is I would look at your feedback on the Opinions channel where we get 300-400 votes. It's not massive, but it gives you an indication. I've got that data for 2025 and I've got that data for 2026. We do that poll every week. So I can as a starting point go there. And I can look at Cage Match, but Cage Match don't even get that many feedbacks, honestly. So I can sort of have a look at that. I could even go back to see if I could find some of my scores of what I've scored it. But I probably wouldn't do that. I'd probably just use the community feedback. But I keep meaning to do that. So yeah, I think I feel like it could be a bit better in 2026 than 2025. It's probably not loads. And is next year going to get worse than this? Well, there's no way of knowing, is there? It could get better. It could get better. The sunshine always follows the rain. And if it feels like it's raining right now, it could continue raining for a bit, but the sun will come out eventually. It always has historically. So that's the optimism, that's the hope that a lot of WWE fans cling on to. Coach Jackson said, Daze, I can't wait for the fights tomorrow. Is there any idea when we'll get to another UFC stream? Sadly not, no. I mean, it's so frustrating that TKO have decided to put on a big UFC show on the exact same night as Backlash. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know why they do that. It just doesn't make any sense. It seems like it would make sense to do wrestling on a Sunday and do UFC on a Saturday. I think their feeling is that there's probably a very little crossover, and unfortunately we are that crossover where we enjoy both, and many of you enjoy both. So no, at the moment, sadly not. The frustrating thing is I don't think there is like a big wrestling thing next weekend. So currently it looks like there is space to do the Ronda Rousey event next weekend on Netflix. That is penciled in for next week. The Ronda Rousey fight, and I think Diaz is on that as well, isn't he? So if the UFC show had been next weekend, we could have done it, and we probably would have done it. So it's really frustrating. But to be honest, since TKO took over, it's sort of been this way for a few years. So you might have noticed last year I just struggled to get to UFC events. So it's not because I've fallen out of love with it. It's not because anything really, other than before we used to be able to get to them because they didn't clash with WWE shows, but now they do, which is mental. It's just mental that TKO would put us in that position because they own both, and you would imagine that it would be in their business. It'd make business sense for it to not clash. Shining Wizard said, I found it fascinating when I walked through the Backlash Superstore. It was kids getting excited about their favourite merch. It showed how much fun kids have with wrestling whilst we moan. Yeah, that's not new though. That it's always been that way. I mean, for example, when I was a kid and I was really into the golden era, and I was really into things like Doink the Clown, and I was really into, what was ever being shown, like the Boss Man and Nails. There was plenty of people moaning about that stuff. Bruno Sammartino was really down on where wrestling was in the 90s. Just thought it had become an absolute sideshow, just an absolute joke. He was very upset because he'd spent years and years wrestling and actually, putting holds on people and being a prestigious champion. And now here you've got Repo Man running around, here's Doink the Clown. And it was just like complete circus, cartoony nonsense, which I would imagine was probably a struggle for a lot of people at the time. And again, for those people that enjoyed that kind of stuff, when it got to the Attitude Era, some people were like, they didn't move with it. Do you know what I mean? Some people got to the Attitude Era and just thought, no, this is crass. It's lacking substance. This is just car crash TV. It's just all showy. And there's no, where's the banger matches? I mean, there were some, don't get me wrong, there were some great matches, Kurt Angle in particular, providing some great work. But, you had a lot of Val Venus type stuff. You had a lot of, like nonsense that was going on in the Attitude Era. That's a lot of just like bra and panty stuff, or a lot of scantily clad women. To be honest, the bra and panty stuff was kind of a bit later in the Attitude Era, but even so, even in that period, there was people that were not vibing with it, that were like, this is not what wrestling was. This is not what I want from wrestling. I want championships. I want prestige. Everyone's got their own idea of what wrestling should be. Some people want it to be like boxing, where it's like a proper presented as an athletic event, and they don't want the silliness. Some people just want silliness. They just want something to laugh at and point at. I suppose in a way, the Gingerbread Man thing shows how it can divide opinion. Some people hated the Gingerbread Man stuff, and some people loved it. And some people hated Bray. Well, not hate Bray, but hated, the Fiend and the Funhouse. There was loads of people that would get in touch with me saying they thought the Funhouse was rubbish. Kids TV nonsense. So we know that it had more depth to that, of course, but there was a lot of people really not feeling it. And so it would be wrong to sort of not say that didn't divide opinion, because it did. In fact, pretty much everything in wrestling and in life divides opinion. So, as you kind of get older, you grow to know what you like, and those kids will do the exact same thing. The circle will continue. Those kids will love everything now, and what they're watching now will be the wrestling they like and what they enjoy, and wrestling will continue to evolve, and they will grumble in the future as wrestling moves away from the things they like. They will then fall into this trap because we're doing it. The people before us did it. The people before that did it. And it's just been this way for generations. This is what happens. You get into wrestling, you find a version of it that you enjoy, it then deviates over time. And obviously a massive shift from the Attitude Era. Anyone that got into wrestling during the Attitude Era, look at where we are now with a very PG product. Massive change. But it was the other way around. I mean, if you was into it during the Golden Era and you loved, Hogan and all these big warrior characters and Andre and Macho Man, and then, you've got some of the silliness of the Attitude Era, which it could be very car crash TV, just shocking for the sake of shocking. Maybe lacking like a bit of substance. I mean, it is true. If you go back to a lot of those Attitude Era WrestleManias, they're not the best WrestleManias. There's not loads of people waving a flag for WrestleMania 15 or 16. 17's amazing, of course. And I think 14 has got some fans. But even 14's not like one of the best manias. So even the big shows, even the big manias at that time were underwhelming. A lot of good pay-per-views, a lot of good moments, but even Attitude Era really had its detractors and people that are like, what's this? But of course, a lot of people got into WWE at that time. And so for them, they were kids, they were young, they loved it. And as they've grown up, it's changed. They now grumble about it. That's what Pat was saying. I want to make it like the Attitude Era, So yeah, the point I'm making is that we've got an idea of what we want from wrestling, and sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't. And so when we don't, we're critical. When we do get it, we're obviously pleased. It was only a few years ago, it felt like it was really in a good place. And then in recent times, it's been a bit of a struggle. But make no mistake about it, these kids were going to do exactly the same as what we're doing. As time goes by, they will be critical as well. It's just the circle of life. Right. We are just a couple of minutes away from this week's show. Japan, Shinsuke missing in this SmackDown. CM Punk is missing on Raw, said Uji. Hello, Uji. Hope you're doing well. Okay, we're about to go live with the show. We are apparently opening up with Jacob. So I believe we are opening up with Jacob. Let's go SmackDown. Bang. Okay. It is funny how your relationship changes as you get older, said Bishop. Yeah, I think even the way we understand wrestling changes and the way we interact with it. I mean, when I was a kid, I just loved it, couldn't get enough of it. I didn't really understand it, obviously. I didn't know where it had come from, how long it had been about, who these people were. And obviously, as you kind of find out more about them and maybe find out some of them are not great people, and you find out, you know, the history of it and everything, obviously that can change your relationship with it. And of course, as you start to hear other people's opinions and they might differ to yours, it might start making you look at it a different way than you had been. Obviously, a massive change is when I was very young, I believed what I was watching was real. I didn't know that it was all obviously scripted, predetermined. And that's a massive change, isn't it? I mean, there's lots of moments where things happen and it sort of changes your relationship with it. And then, of course, some people obviously find other promotions that they actually then enjoy even more. So for me, I've always been WWE, and I'll glance at other things, but it's always been WWE first. And, you know, now we're in a situation where there's AEW, if that caters more to what you enjoy. There's New Japan and all these other things. Okay, right, we got Damien and we got Tala. They're going to be in action tonight. Rob said, if people's opinions differ from mine, I just assume they're wrong, and I stop listening. Okay, here we've got people backstage. The funeral of the Gingerbread Man. I mean, they're going for it. They are going for it. It's an interesting experiment. It's an interesting experiment to see how people react to it, you know? Do people go with it and just have fun, or is this the thing that just drives people away? Okay, we're looking at Roman getting the championship. Christopher said, I was so scared of The Undertaker when I was a little man. He was a dead man walking. I was like, who and what is that? But I loved him, and I was scared of him. He's the best to ever do it. That changes as well, doesn't it? So, I mean, that deep emotional connection you have with, like, The Undertaker and the nostalgia you have for that, like, it's hard to replace that when they go. That's another thing that changes. These people that you love. I mean, I loved watching the British Bulldog. I mean, he represented Britain in a land where I knew it was in America, but it was mind-blowing to me that someone from this country was over there competing. I'd have loved for him to have just had a run with the WWE Championship, just even for a day, even if it was for an hour. But it never happened, did it? It never happened. Sarthak said, I wouldn't mind if you did AEW. I would join that watch along. Well, thank you, my friends. It's not on my agenda, but I've said before, I don't have any ill will towards them. I wish them nothing but the best. I watched them for about 4 years. No, not quite that. I watched them from when they started at the end of 2019 to the very end of 2023, so I suppose it was 4 years, actually. Okay, we're just looking at the Roman Jacob thing. I'm shocked that Aldis didn't suspend Sammy last week. Pierce wouldn't let things like that happen on the show, says Rob. Daze, I'm American. I would have loved the British Bulldog. Real Englishman, great talent, said Christopher. Yeah, it was just big, wasn't he? He was big, he was strong. It was a time for like that sort of national sort of pride with Hogan cheering on America, Hacksaw doing that as well. It was just nice that we had our own little thing, you know. It was great. Do you remember the Allied Powers when it was him and Lex? UK and America coming together in a tag team form. That was I was into that. That wasn't bad. Here's Jacob. Okay, Jacob making his way down to the ring. See what Jacob has got to say. Is our tribal chief making an appearance tonight, said Deacon. I don't know if he's scheduled for this show. I mean, I would imagine he would be. Jacob's got a WrestleMania 42 beanie on. So Jacob then, on the edge of the ring. About to step inside. Daze, so were they going to eat the gingerbread man, said Suzanne. Well, we're going to find out, Suzanne. I'm hoping it's going to be a tasty episode of SmackDown. And it might prove to be that if they're going to start serving out the gingerbread man. Okay, Jacob then in the ring. See what he's going to say. Yeah, we got some Fatu chants. Fans are chanting for Jacob. Fatu, Fatu. He had support last week as well. I mean, tomorrow night at Backlash. I'm not fighting Roman for that title. I'm taking that title. Okay. They want to tell me to fall in line. So he's trying to make out that, like, everyone's always doubted him. They've always loved Roman. But it's all good. When Roman was born, he was born with opportunity. Okay, here's the Usos. Jacob says that since they were young, everyone saw Roman was the future, but they didn't see anything in him. Okay, Usos are making their way out. I bet Jacob Roman gets a DQ tomorrow, said Polar Bear. The Usos are going to interfere. Yeah, they could do. They definitely feel like they're going to... It feels like their presence is going to be felt in some way. Okay, Usos have made their way down then. Jacob, just cutting an interesting promo. It makes me feel like WWE are aware there's a couple of gaps that might just need to get plugged. Usos are out. And this is going to be interesting. Got some yeets from the fans. All right. All right. We're not here to change your minds. I was going to say it's a bit late for that. It's not going to change. Whatever we say is not going to change tomorrow. Main event, Backlash. A part of me is rooting for you. A part of me is rooting for you, says Jimmy. What happens if you lose tomorrow night? Have you ever thought about that? Jay said no, he didn't think. I'll tell you what's going to happen. I lived it. Tomorrow night, Tribal Chief's going to beat that ass. Jay says to Jacob. That's not the worst part. Oh. He's going to break you down. Here we go. Here we go. Wow, your wife and your kids. The wife and the kids and everyone is going to have to acknowledge Roman. That sparks OTC chants. What? Jacob's like, what? Let me break this down. Jacob said he's not going to lose. You never beat Roman. Yeah, I know he's talking from experience, isn't he? He said that he knows. There's no losing. Okay. Is Roman ready to die? Because he's going to know that Backlash. So, I mean, what I would say is I think there are some questions around the story, but it definitely makes me want to see the match. This little interaction. if you two think of interfering, oh, I love that. Jacob says, if you get involved in the match at Backlash, I will burn this whole family tree down. That's great. And it just provides an interesting extra wrinkle to things. Because not only is it about, is Jacob going to win, but now are the Usos going to get involved? And if they do, what's the outcome of that? What's Jacob going to do? It just adds like that extra dimension. I thought that was a good segment, honestly. I think there are a few question marks around the story. It's obviously had to come together very quickly because Backlash is very quick after WrestleMania. But yeah, that segment got me excited for Backlash. Got me excited for that match. Did its job. Okay, we're moving on. Let's get a score in for that segment, shall we? See what you lot thought and felt. They're just showing Cody Ricky from last week. Yeah, Gunther then attacking Cody. Gunther's on the show tonight. What Gunther did was unacceptable. Oh, here's Ricky. QB4? Who's QB4? Matt Cardona? I'm not here to pass the torch to guys like you. Okay. I'm sick of the Bloodline stuff, says Brony. It's nowhere near the same as it was. WWE are trying to revive it and hope that it delivers again. Did Jacob say effing? Well, yeah, I think it was bleeped out, wasn't it? Took out. Do we think we see the Plank Master today, said Rapture. Oh, what, Johnny? I think that... I don't know, actually. There's no open challenge or anything. And he's not been backstage for, I don't know, for a couple of weeks. So maybe not. I'd imagine this show is going to be very focused on Backlash. Triple H purposely destroyed Roman's legacy. It's nothing new, says Brony. SmackDown opens up with a tribute to former WCW owner Ted Turner. Yeah, I think he did a lot, didn't he? I would have been surprised if there wasn't a graphic. Okay, we are at commercial break. Obviously, they went further on AEW. Matt Cardona is the exact same character he was before he left, said Alex. I get why he re-signed, but don't expect anything anyway, now that I think of it. Wrestle with Andy said, Daze, my controversial opinion is I think Kiana is going to end up having a better career than Julia. Okay. Yeah, she's a great talent. She could do. She could do. Okay, we're at commercial break. Get your thoughts in. Keep voting as well. What did you think about that open? Did it deliver for you? We have got this SmackDown screen. Trick Williams is on it. I don't know when this thing got updated. But we have just got this We'll Be Right Back screen. And it's SmackDown themed. And we've got Jordan Grace on it. And we've got Trick Williams on it. I don't really pay attention to it, to be honest. But it looks like it has been updated. Daze, wouldn't make the most sense for Danhausen to get Johnny as his tag partner so that they could approach it as Danhausen trying to find a great tag team wrestler. I don't think they're looking at it that way, actually. I don't think that they're looking at this as being a long-term thing. Obviously, it's just a one-time thing. And because it's a one-time thing, you probably want to get someone that when they come out, Miz and Kit Wilson are going to be like, oh, we did not bargain for this. This is not what we anticipated at all. I don't think Danhausen's thinking logically in the sense of let's go and get a great tag team wrestler so that I can win this match. This is why, for me, like Oba makes a lot of sense. Or a Royce Keys. Because you just bring out a monster. You know, if Braun Strowman was still with us, you could see Braun being in that position where the monster amongst men comes walking out. And you can just see Miz and Kit Wilson's faces drop. I don't think that's going to happen if Johnny Gargano comes out because he doesn't carry that sort of aura. So I'd be surprised if it was Johnny. Plus also, if it was Johnny, I don't think they'd want to go with such a big mystery person angle. Because you're just kind of getting the hopes up of the fans, aren't you, for something juicier. And then it turns out to be Johnny, who is not the biggest of stars, to be honest. He hasn't got much in the way of momentum. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Beast Mode said it wasn't great, but it was okay. We're backstage with Jacob right now. See you tomorrow, Nick. Okay, he bumps into Royce Keys. They do like having these interactions, don't they, between these two? We did this last week. When has Jacob been afraid of any man? I wonder if this is going to be leading to a feud between these two at some point. Okay, Royce Keys walks a little bit and bumps into Solo. Solo just hanging around. Calm down. It's nothing personal. There's room in my family for you. Aye. Okay, Tiffany's coming out. It is looking like WWE is going to tease Royce betraying Jacob, said David. Yeah, I do just wonder if, like, they're good friends. Jacob doesn't really have too many people to turn to. Doesn't seem like his family is sort of that close to him, although obviously the Usos have been trying to give him some friendly advice. But yeah, you can't really trust any friendship in wrestling, can you? Okay, Tiffany has made her way down then. David said, my Habs up 3-0. If we win this series, tied by, here's $2. I don't understand any of that, David. But I appreciate you joining us. And I hope whatever team you support, I hope they do well. Unless they're playing a team that I like, and then I hope they lose. Okay. Tiffany in the ring. Oh, yeah, there's Chelsea. Chelsea obviously recovering at the moment. She's bedridden. When we win tonight, I can't wait to go for Martinez when we win tonight. Jackal said Michael Cole for Hall of Fame. Oh, he'll definitely go in. Definitely. Kiana James then making her way out. This is Wrestle with Andy's favorite ever wrestler. Here she is. Kiana versus Tiffy time. Okay, Joe said, David talking about the Montreal Canadiens NHL team. Thank you, my friends. Well, the good news is I don't really have a favourite NHL team apart from the Mighty Ducks. I think it's amazing how those kids are so competitive in an adult league. So nothing but respect to them. I hope they've had a good season. Especially the fat one in goal. So I don't know where they are in the playoffs, but that's my team. So yes, go Habs or whatever they're called. I'm happy to support them. Okay, let's end this poll, shall we, so we don't get confused. We are underway. Tiffany locking up with Kiana. Tiffany pushes Kiana back. It'd be good if we could, really get stuck into a really good match here to kind of open things up with. Tiffy goes over against the ropes. Nice headlock takeover. Joe said the Ducks are in the... Oh my God, they are so good. Those kids. Goated. Well, I'm a Ducks fan. Clothesline down goes Kiana. What time is it? Says Tiffy. Scammer. What's that say? Some sign said scammer payback. Okay. The word scammer immediately makes me think of Logan Paul. So is that a Logan Paul sign? Kick coming in there by Kiana. Takes the legs away from Tiffany. Tiffany with... Tiffany with a problem here as she's getting her leg wrapped around that ring post. And again, Kiana looking quite vicious as Tiffany spills to the outsides. Boos are ringing out as we go to commercial break. You lot said that was good, 95. You weren't blown away by the open, but great was very close. Every vote matters. Guys, this is more important than general elections or local council elections. Your vote can really make a difference here. So, unfortunately for all of you that said it was a great segment, just missed out. 45% said it was good. 42% said it was great. So, good gets it. Okay, we are at commercial break. But we are staying with the action right now. Blake said, Royce, joining MFTs would be disastrous. I can't imagine him joining MFTs. I would imagine it's setting up a feud with Solo. I would imagine. If I'm a betting man, I'm saying it's setting up a feud. Just don't really feel like they need another member because you've got Solo, Tama, Tala. I don't know that we need Royce in there as well. I mean, if Jacob joins up with Roman, you could make an argument. Jacob, Usos, Roman on that side, Solo, Tala, Royce Keys on that side. But do we need Bloodline as a story, considering we've done it before? Answers on a postcard. Daze, Hall of Fame announcement tonight, said Sean. Hall of Fame announcement tonight. Oh, for us. Yes. Yes, good shout. We will... Well, we could do it now, actually. I thought you meant WWE Hall of Fame. I was like, really? I don't think so. It's very early. We did do it last year, August, though. So, yes, good shout. I did mean to do this earlier, actually. I was going to do it before SmackDown started, so I appreciate the reminder. Sean has got my back. I'll tell you some people that won't appreciate the reminder, though, and that's everyone that was still needing those late votes. But we do have a winner. We do have a runaway winner, and honestly, I'm really pleased for her. She definitely deserves it. So let's go over. Here it is. Hall of Fame for March. It's Kaz taking her rightful place into the Community Hall of Fame. I think this is the nicest I've ever been about It's Kaz. But honestly, she deserves it. She's been in the community so long. She's such a treasured community member as well that I'm really pleased for her. So It's Kaz goes in. Many congratulations, though, to Edwards, to Will, and to Casey as well. Getting nominated is an amazing achievement. And we will have another poll quite soon, actually, because this was for March. We never got to it due to WrestleMania. So we've still got to do April. So I'll probably leave it a week. But we will have another poll very, very soon for April. So more opportunity coming up. But yeah, It's Kaz gets the job done. Over 400 votes. 47% of the vote is amazing. But very well deserved. These are all the people that are in the Hall of Fame. To get in, basically, the members have to nominate you. And then the people with the most nominations go in the poll. Whoever wins the poll goes in. We do it every month. We've been doing it for over 2 years now. Back elbow there by Tiffany. So It's Kaz. Congratulations. Feel free to send me a video or a little speech. Need a picture as well to go down there. Oh, drop kick there by Tiffany. 1, 2. Kick out there by Kiana. That is championship caliber, says Wade. Yeah, that was a nice little drop kick there. Tiffany trying to get a little bit of feeling back in her leg. Julia watching on the outside. Damian Priest, Talatonga coming up tonight as well. Big kick coming in by Kiana. Look, they're really promoting the funeral of the Gingerbread Man. Big kick coming in by Kiana. Oof. Lovely work there by Kiana. Planting Tiffany, who gets her shoulder up. Tiffany getting the shoulder up. Title on the line right now. Shot coming in. And again, another shot there by Kiana. Face first goes Tiffany into that turnbuckle. Shoulder being driven into the midsection there by Kiana, who backflips, runs in. Oh, hard into the ring post. Kiana goes hard into the ring posts. Tiffany. Okay. Roll up. Julia's trying to get the ref to count, but the ref's distracted. Oh, it's a shame, isn't it? We always get these shenanigans. That's a shame. Back elbow. Woo! Spinning elbow by Tiffy. Rolling senton going up, looking for the moonsault. Prettiest moonsault connects. And that's going to get it for Tiffany. The match was fine. It would have been nice to have not had the shenanigans. But it's just always shenanigans. It's Friday night shenanigans. Okay. Tiffany versus Kiana, and I'd imagine there's going to be some issues here between Kiana and Julia. Doesn't feel like they're going to be staying together for too much longer, does it? They're going to have some talking to do. Okay, we're backstage. That woman's in absolute bits. Yeah, look there. You can see it in the casket. There's Sammy. How is this happening? Everyone here needs some closure. This is weird. I mean, I am on Sammy's side here. Here's R-Truth. Okay, R-Truth makes a lot of sense in this segment. I'm sorry for your loss. He was very proud of you. He talked about you all the time. Sammy, Sammy, Sammy. I don't want you to cry. Be strong. Wow. Wow. Well, there we go. Sammy is peeved, said Joshua. R-Truth is brilliant. This is great, said Radiated Zombie. That was cringe, said Willow, but Tivek said it's brilliant. Lone Star Friend said crying in the background, and Jojo said it's very cringe. The big guy said this is a complete joke. Demented Darling said this has gone too far. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You're just going to see so much split opinion on this. Yeah. I love the hate, said William. It's just I am not controlling the hate. It's strange hate. Let him in, said Daze. What could WWE do to make Tiffany interesting? Her wrestling is good, but the promos are boring and the characters are relevant. Well, I think if you're going to do a character like this, you've got to invest more into it. So, you know, I want to see vignettes about what she gets up to. I want to see her interacting with other people backstage. I want to see more of what this character is. I mean, at the moment, she seems very and feels very shallow. So we need interactions. We need there to be more depth. I just think everything is very. It is just, what time is it? It's Tiffy time, and then she gets in the ring, wrestles, and that's it really. I mean, she's a gesture and a catchphrase. So definitely want there to be a bit more investment in the character. So I don't know if she gets picked on by some other girls and actually dig into a story like that. There's just not really much of a division, is there? There's just not really much that's kind of going on. She's feuding with Kiana and Julia. They've got their own problems. She feels the focus is on the Julia-Kiana relationship. Chelsea's injured. I mean, Chelsea could be fun when she's back and active. You know, that could really help things. Chelsea's very entertaining, so putting her with Tiffany, maybe Tiffany tolerating Chelsea, but not really wanting Chelsea to be around, and Chelsea following. I mean, Chelsea's got to change her character now because she had a secret Hervis, and she, you know, Piper's out. We don't know when she's coming back. Alba Fire's been released. So, I mean, that might be the secret Hervis done. So now she's got to get her teeth into something else, and that is probably going to be the Tiffany relationship. So everything we've just said about digging into the character, interacting with others, I feel like we are going to get that when Chelsea comes back. Chelsea deserves better, said Lucky. Somehow SmackDown's better if I just listen to Daze's review, said Akeem. Akeem, thank you, my friends. Yeah, I think there's the Gingerbread Man's divided opinion. There's no doubt about that. If you enjoy it, you keep on enjoying it. Yeah. If you enjoy it, you just enjoy it. If it's not for you, just know you're not alone. There's plenty of people that have got their struggles with it. But either way, we should be back. We should be back. And amazingly, we've had over 40 minutes of this show already, you know. Over 40 minutes of SmackDown has already been and gone. It is going very quickly tonight. I don't feel like I've been watching this show for 40 minutes. So that's a positive. Okay. James said, I just want to let you know something. During the funeral, I'm holding back tears. You're not alone in being heartbroken at this loss of a goat, said James. James, shout out to you. I think you're going to see a lot of people struggling to hold a lot of things back when we get to that funeral. Okay, we're just looking at Fatal Influence. Boom. I'm a big fan of Fatal Influence. We haven't got any new merch from them yet, have we? I'm waiting for new merch. There's a Jacy Jayne shirt, and there's a Fatal Influence shirt, but it's the old Fatal Influence with Jasmine Nix. Fatal Influence 1.0. I want some Fatal Influence 2.0 merch. Just looking to see if there's anything. There's a new Cody shirt. There's a Tony D'Angelo shirt. Yeah, that's the old one. Alexa, Charlotte, Rhea. That Julia shirt looks sick. I think that looks great. That looks nice. Fatal Influence. They wanted to make an impression, and they did. They chose the wrong ones to attack. Okay, they're just teasing a little bit of an issue between Charlotte and Rhea. Here's Alexa. You're both big, you're both strong, you're both awesome, but none of that will matter unless we can put it behind us. Okay. I don't know if anyone really found that like massively entertaining. Here's our truth. Sami Zayn's crying over the Gingerbread Man. Okay, Damien's going to say to R-Truth, don't come out. I don't need you out there. They're going to get to you to get to me. It's us. No, I think this makes sense from Damien. I know how to handle these guys on my own. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind that little segment. That's pretty good. Okay. I don't know what we're doing with Rhea and Charlotte said Blue Wheel Sonic. Well, I don't know that we're actually leading to anything. We could do, but I sort of feel like because of their history, and they do have a rich history with each other, they're sort of wanting to make sure that if they're going to be working together, we just sort of make it clear that there's a history there. They don't like each other, so... But I just don't really care, to be honest. I'd much rather that they were actually on the sort of same page and sort of like, listen, we've not got on in the past, but we've got a problem we need to overcome here. I'm willing to do what it takes to achieve what we need to achieve. We've got a fatal influence problem. Let's come together. I'd like it to be presented that way rather than this like teasing of there being an issue. But because I don't know, I'm not really expecting there to be a match or anything that comes out of this. I haven't heard that that's where we're going. I'd be surprised if we did that as well, because I feel like Rhea Charlotte is a match we've done quite a few times. I think like there's a lot of emerging talent that Rhea could face instead. But I don't know. Perhaps that is the plan. Perhaps that is the plan, and that's why we're teasing this. So if that's where we end up getting to, then of course this makes sense. If we don't, then I think they've probably done it just because there's such a history that they, want to sort of acknowledge that we know there's a lot of bad blood here. We're not going to just ignore that. But, yeah, I don't think we need to dwell on it as much as what they have. We had all this last week as well. Do you remember when Charlotte didn't want Rhea, didn't want to help and all that? So, whatever. It's inconsequential, largely. It's a couple of minutes on a 3-hour show, Without the MFTs, they need to drop the face paint, said Spawny Boy. Can we induct commercials into Hall of Fame? Yes. We get more of them than actual matches, said Jackal. It's another game of can they coexist, said Let Him In. Yeah, I think you've nailed it there, but I think that's why it's just not to my... I just don't care. Because you're right, it's another game of can they coexist, and how many times do we get that, I think I'd much rather they just coexist and we just move forward with wherever it is we're going. But again, I'll change my tune if it ends up being Rhea versus Charlotte. Then I'll change my tune, Let's end the poll as well so that we've got the result for Tiffany Kiana. So it's another good rating. It's come out as good 93. I would definitely say that I feel like we're in a better place than we were before WrestleMania with SmackDown. I mean, we are closing in on nearly the first hour being done. Opening segment, good 95. Opening match, good 93. That's okay. Anything around the good mid-90s is acceptable. Obviously, it's not, go out your way to check this out type range, but anything like you want to be getting into the greats. High-end good 90s and anything in the great, that's where you're starting to, you need to check this out type stuff, So we haven't quite got to that level yet, but we're not as bad as we were. There was a lot of good 70%, 80%. That's where SmackDown was. So, okay, yeah. First hour, solid. That's kind of how it feels. We need a 5-star match, said AB. SmackDown is like 10 times better than it was, says Tribal List. Brony said apparently there's rumors about Warriors being interested in LeBron. Big news. Big news. We're back from commercial break. They're just showing the next LJN wave. Warrior, Jacy, King Kong Bundy, Stone Cold. It's a good lineup, actually. Okay, Tala in the ring. He's going to be taking on Damian. This is match number 2. Tala really could be a great breakout star, you know. Don't know what his promos are like, but he's big. He's not awkward either. Like, he's got some big boots, discus clothesline. He's got some decent movement to him as well. Double choke slam. I mean, he can do some stuff, you know. Bang, look at that. I mean, yeah, picking up Damian was amazing. That was an amazing moment. Chokeslam to Damian looked good. Okay, here we go then. Damian Priest getting his entrance. We know that he's asked R-Truth to just stay in the back. All rise. They're giving him a big proper entrance here, aren't they? Big proper entrance. He's got big boots, and you know what they say with guys with big boots? They've got long laces. Those figures look tacky, said V85. Well, they're done in the 1980s style, so they look like the 1980s figures. So if they don't look very impressive, it's because they're meant to fit in with the original LJNs. I've got some, actually. I'd say the styling is quite good compared to the others. It's probably not one that the kids are racing out to purchase, but here we go. We're underway. Damian charges over to Tala. This is 2 big guys going at it. Like, this might not be a long match, but it could be a pretty fun match. If there's going to be some big choke slams and sit-down power bombs and body slams, and Damian to the outsides tries to collide into... Oh, I don't even know what happened there. Well, I don't even know what that was. He sort of collided into Tala. Damian fell down. Tala was standing, and then Tala, like, sort of reacted late. I don't know quite what that was. Knee coming in there by Tala. Oh, kick coming in there by Damian. Damian is going to look to charge into Tala. Oh, gets picked up. And driven into the ring post there by Tala. Damian on the outside. Tala with the double axe handle. Get him back into the ring. Get him back out the ring. This is a test this for Damian. Oh, big shot. That was nice. That was nice. That was nice. That was a lovely shot there by Tala. Grabs Damian. Smashes him into the edge of the ring. Damian really feeling things right now. Picks him up. Solo, just watch him. Tala carries Damian over to the commentary table and slams him down. There's not enough like room to sort of slam him and break the table, but that's good enough to get us to the commercial break. Is Tala going to win, said Connor. There could be some outside interference. Normally there's shenanigans of some description. Maybe we haven't got Tama Tonga around. He might make his presence felt. Damian on the outside. There we go. Solo grabbing Damian, smashing him into the commentary table again. Word Live Cena fans said if Charlotte was in the title picture, most fans would complain by saying, here we go again, Ric Flair's daughter. This is why WWE has got Charlexa. Yeah, it's also why it would be a bit of a surprise for them to do Rhea Charlotte. Because even though I think people have warmed to Charlotte a little, I think this Charlexa thing has been good for her image. I don't know that people are really looking to do Charlotte Rhea. If you do Charlotte Rhea, it'll be a good match, though. I mean, I wouldn't be down on it because I know the match would be good. But, yeah, I'd be surprised if that's what they end up doing. I wouldn't be shocked if during the match there's a bit of miscommunication, though. I could definitely see them leaning into it during the match. Damian goes into the corner. Daze, Seth, Roman, can they coexist? That would be fun, said Let Him In. Well, it would be fun in the sense of it would also be a Shield reunion. So, you know, there's no reunion for Rhea and Charlotte to get back together. They were never in a group together. Seth and Roman were in one of the greatest groups we've ever seen. One of the greatest factions, the Shield. So if they have to, like, coexist, if they have to work together, there is a slightly different element at play there. So I would not be down on that. Plus also the hatreds, I think, is a lot greater between Seth and Roman. Kind of see... I don't know that Seth is Roman's greatest rival, but I feel like Roman might be Seth's. Forearm shot coming in there by Damian, and again. I wonder if Charlotte is Rhea's. She might be, you know. Charlotte might be Rhea's greatest rival. Or it could be Liv. Liv stands a good chance, doesn't she? Elbow by Tala. No, Tama injured. He's not been released, says Willow. I just get mixed up with all the similar names, said Maggie. I wonder what the future plans are for Damian after the tag team, said Radiated Zombie. There was a point that he was on every pay-per-view and main event scene and champion at one point. Seems like they cooled. Oh, I think they did cool, yeah. I think as soon as he broke out at Judgment Day and had to stand on his own 2 feet, that's where it was sink and swim time. And I think, like, it just didn't massively connect. To be honest, he didn't massively connect before Judgment Day. And then they put him in Judgment Day, and he was clearly the muscle of Judgment Day. He was the biggest guy in Judgment Day. Gave him a bit of a purpose. And I think that helped. But then when he broke out of Judgment Day, I mean, I don't feel like his wrestling is anything special. I don't feel like his promos are anything special. He's got a decent look. I mean, he's got a good size to him. But then, I mean, you look at him in there with someone like Tala, and, you know, there are people, oof, big kick, that are just as big as Damian. He's got a good size to him, though. He's got a good height. That's always an advantage. But now he's playing the straight man to R-Truth, isn't he? That's kind of where he is now. Big kick coming in there by Damian. We're back from commercial break. Damian back in the corner. Oh, that's a lovely kick. That's lovely. Okay, right now, roll into the outside. Tala on the edge of the ring. Okay, Damian on the outsides. Running rounds. Double axe handle there by Damian. Big boot to... Oh, that was great. That was great. Love that double axe handle and a big boot to Solo. Sat him back down. I like that spot. Damian climbing up. Damian up top. Gesturing to the crowds. That's kind of good. Taking a moment. Damian up top. He's going to come crashing down. Down goes Tala. Damian coming for the pin. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Tala. Shoulder up by Tala. Okay, Damien just looking out at the crowd and the straps are coming down. I kind of like how he's taking this time to just sort of look out at the crowds. Keep them involved. He looks up the entranceway. Here's Tama. Tama comes down. Solo on the other side. Guess what we've got? Shenanigans! Oh, shoulder up by Damien. Shoulder up. Tama coming down. Solo getting involved. Damien, though, manages to get his shoulder up. We're carrying on. We want truth. They want truth. They get truth. Hopefully they can handle the truth. Because here he is. Our truth. Throwing in some shots to Tama. Throwing in some shots to Solo. The fans wanted him. Samoan Spike, no. Okay, Solo gets pushed into Tama. Damien's like, look, I told you. Don't come out here. They're going to use you against me. Yeah. That's going to allow Tala to gain the advantage. Big man. Picking up Damien. Look at that by Tala. So impressive. 1, 2, 3. Tala gets it. It's a lovely choke slam. He hit that on Damien last week as well. But all the shenanigans resulting in Tala getting the victory. And that likely sets up a championship match, of course. Tag titles. Let's get the match score for that one. See how people felt. As Tala is victorious right now. We got R-Truth just trying to look after Damien. Solo's telling them to go after Truth. This could be bad for Truth. This could be really bad. Yeah, there is surrounding. Okay, Royce Keys is coming out, is he? Has Royce Keys kind of made his decision? Imagine if he comes down and helps the MFTs. I don't think he's going to. That would be sick if he did, though. Right now, Royce Keys getting in the ring. MFTs are backing away. Royce Keys is protecting R-Truth. Protecting Damien. He's all right, said Solo. He's all right. I really did wonder for a second then if he was about to murk R-Truth. But I don't think he is going to. I'm keeping my eye on it, though. No. He's good. He's good. No, he is allowing R-Truth and Damien to exit the ring. Cameraman was trying to get round the MFTs to get to the commentators. Okay, well, there we go. R-Truth is safe. Well, we brought a lot of people down there, didn't we? Tama, R-Truth, Solo getting involved, Royce Keys coming out. Anyone else want to come on down? Come on down! Okay, they're just showing us this segment from last week, The Ruse. Should have a Danhausen segment next. As we try and figure out who's going to be his partner. Oh, here we go. Sign up, otherwise you're cursed. Here's Miz. Here's Kit Wilson. You can't sign up. No tag partner. The Miz methods. Backlash. Backlash. Oh, Mad Love it for Bob. Ooh. Ooh. The only person that can team with Danhausen is Danhausen. Someone's coming out to be his partner. And I think they're going to have Danhausen face paint on. So there was just a moment there where Kit Wilson showed him a mirror and said the only person that can team with Danhausen is Danhausen. I'm feeling pretty good. Whoever partners Danhausen will have the face paint. Is it going to be Punkhausen? Is it going to be Oberhausen? Is it going to be Roycehausen? Get your thoughts in. Get your scores in for that last match as we are heading... Well, we're well into the second hour, actually. Well into it. Right. I don't know. I don't know if it's just me, but this is going quite quickly. Dun, dun, dun. Right. It could be Gingerbread Man Hausen, said Suzanne. Daze, why does Tiffany Stratton have a striking resemblance to Kaylee Gunner? I guess we all have a doppelganger, said Big Tony K. Mattel knows that they've just hit the jackpot with whoever's going to come out, said J14. That's true. That is true. Whoever comes out, they're going to probably have the face paint on and they're going to get a figure. So, true. We will witness the return of Ricky the Jobber. Oh, well, I was really excited for Bob the catering guy for a second there. I thought Bob the catering guy could be a fun addition. He could come down with a plate of cookies and start chucking them out to the crowd as well. I think Mattel would love that as a figure. Jono said it's going to be Jellyhausen. It could be Jellyhausen. It could be we cannot rule out Jellyhausen. Jackal said, how many words can be made ending with Hausen? Every word. There's not a word that you can't Hausen. You can literally Hausen anything. Ultimate superfan of Alexa Bliss said Rio, Alexa, Charlotte are going to win tonight to get payback for last time. It's going to be Punkhausen, said QP Art Ryan. Christine said, I need to find some human teeth. I don't know why they don't sell them. Not like actual human teeth, but I don't know why they don't sell like teeth in a jar. Because that would do very well. Okay. It's going to be Hensley House. Oh, could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? William Hensleyhausen. Okay, we're at commercial break right now. Bum, bum, bum. Have Fatal Influence still got their theme? Yes. Never really heard it on SmackDown. No, they still got it. Trust me. I'd be kicking off if they didn't. I flipping love that theme. I don't think it'll be Roycehausen. Needs to be someone who can do it just as a one-off. I'm leaning Punk. I would love Ober. I fear Celebrity, but I don't want to put that much thought into either, says Sally. Sally, I think you got some good thoughts there. I think you got some good thoughts. Some people wondering if it's going to be Shane McMahonhausen. When will he have his partner? Tomorrow. It's got to be tomorrow. It's Backlash tomorrow. And, of course, we will be live hours before the countdown show. The whole day is on the app, but the first hour is going to be on ESPN2. I can't believe... They're showing Gingerbread Man. They're showing Gingy. They're showing that he was at all these iconic moments. Wow. We're looking at the contracts. Here's Gunther. Okay, Gunther's looking at the contracts. Heyman has got that deal sorted for him. Oh, what's he going to say here? This could be really fun, actually, if he does win the belt. I tell you what, a Gunther-Nick Aldis relationship could be a lot of fun. Gunther's not happy about this. Cody is, I think, taking Gunther's time. Here's the champ. Champ making his way out. I'll handle it, says Paul Heyman. Right. Heyman's favor was to get him onto SmackDown, said Cheo. I think it was to get him the title shot. Damian versus Tyler. Okay, you lot said that was good 92. You weren't blown away by that last match. You weren't blown away by it. I mean, I'm guessing he's got him the title shot, hasn't he? It's clear that Gunther and Cody are on a collision course. Okay, Cody in the ring. Now we know that Gunther wanted. It wasn't a match with Brock. I think we know it's almost guaranteed that Brock is retired, says Brony. I wonder if it changed, though. I wonder if when they did it, it was going to be a match with Brock, but then it sort of changed. I don't know. Okay. Cody in the ring, then. That was kind of interesting how... Oh, booze. Booze for Cody. In Jacksonville. Ooh. It's an away game for Cody by the looks of it. I guess last week was a way of saying... Okay. Cody wants Gunther to come out. Here's Heyman. I wonder if Heyman is going to be with Gunther permanently. This could be really interesting if Gunther's going to be a Heyman guy moving forwards. Or is this just a one-off? Okay. There it is. Okay, what? Cody not interested? Yeah, great question. I want this answer. Yeah, Cody's ready to go. The fans like that. The fans are on board with that. Okay, Heyman's not on board with that. Okay, so Heyman's saying, no, I just owe him a favor. This is that favor. So at the moment, he's not with Gunther. Yeah. Okay. All right. Heyman's a big fan. All right, now we've got Cody Rhodes' chance. Wow, this is very confusing, isn't it? This is very confusing. I think the truth is the fans are split, aren't they? I mean, there's a time where he doesn't get the love, and then there's a moment where he does get the love. Oh, that's his favourite song. Heyman loves that song. Heyman's such a big Cody fan, he might get the tattoo. Yeah. Yeah, it's not for Jacksonville. I didn't think we thought it would be, to be honest. Oh, it's not for the United States. Yes. Italy. Torino. USA! 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 Although Italy is nice as well, isn't it? Gave us pizza and pasta. Roads, sanitation. Okay, so Heyman's saying I'm not with Gunther. My job was to just get this match. Here it is. It's a good segment. I'm liking this. It's very interesting. Never quite know where it's going. I've had quite a month, says Cody. Mm-hmm. Still with the vision, though. Ask it. Are you out of options? Well, he's still got the vision. Is he hinting at Cody joining up with him? I mean, he did say he was a big fan of Cody. Oh, through the crowd in the background. Gunther trying to sneak attack. So looks like Cody Gunther for Italy. Sooner or later, they all need the wise man is such an interesting line from Paul Heyman. I think there are a few ways you could interpret that. That's interesting. I'm buying it. Put it in a bag. Bag it up. Oh, he tried to say something then. Couldn't get it finished. Go back to it, Cody. Shot coming in. Yeah, grab the mic. Here we go. Keep coming. You want the high grounds. On SmackDown, I'm easy to find, but hard to beat. Well, I thought that was very fun, actually. I bought all of that. Cody's losing at Clash, said Jojo. We're backstage with Solo and Tala. We got Tama back there as well. All right, he is a fan of Royce. I don't know about you, but this doesn't sit right with me. Royce Keys just embarrassed us. All right, looks like Tama is setting his sights. This is much better. There is story here. The story with Heyman and Gunther and Cody. The story here with the MFTs. Here's Matt Cardona. This match was set up earlier. It's going to be Matt coming out against Ricky. Okay, Daze Ginger was spotted in the crowd at the bikini contest between Sable and Tori Wilson. Wow. Unbelievable. I didn't realize that he was like Vlad. Was it just me? Can someone just answer this question for me? Like, it really did sound like the crowd were booing Cody. Did I just hear that wrong? Because it sounded like they were booing him, and it sounded like he was having to sort of like, oh. See, it looks like it physically hurts him if the crowd aren't on his sides. And so it felt like before Heyman came out, he was getting a bit of negativity. But then he did get Cody Rhodes' chance. It is possible that it's a split crowds. But I don't know, did I read that wrong? Did I hear it wrong? Were they chanting something else? Is it one of those where they were actually supporting him, but it was a chant I didn't recognize and it sounded like boos? Was it boo-earns? Boo-earns. No, they were booing, said Christine. Right? I didn't hear cheers, said Choco. They were chanting Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes. Heyman went, that's my favorite song. Yeah, they were booing him because of Gunther. So they prefer Gunther. Is that the reading? If they have to choose between Cody and Gunther, they choose Gunther. But of course, every crowd's going to have fans of Cody in it. He's a big star, so they just showed themselves a little bit later. It's just good to kind of try and get your head around what you've just seen. It's just good to try and go, right, okay, I understand. Because right now I'm sat here thinking they were booing, and then part of the crowd later cheered him. But I don't want to be saying that if people are like, no, that's not what happens. So I just like to get it all correct. Gunther's going to win in Italy, said Jojo. What do we think John Cena is going to announce? We think it's going to be about Club WWE. We kind of thought it was that anyway, but there's been kind of further news today that that's where it's going. So yeah, Club WWE. It did feel, didn't it, like Heyman teased a bit of a partnership down the line. Eventually, everybody, sooner or later, needs the wise man. And this was not long after he had said, you know, I'm a big fan of Cody. I love that song. Yeah, interesting. I like that segment. I found it very engaging, very captivating. I've actually found the first hour of this show to be solid, not a hard watch at all. And then I feel like we've just had a really good segment out of Cody, Gunther, and Paul Heyman. I mean, if ever you're going to put Paul Heyman in the ring, it's probably going to deliver. Do we expect Gunther to win? It's a difficult, isn't it? It's a difficult one. It's difficult because I don't know if you pull the trigger first time of asking or if you just kick the can a bit down the road. Is it a case that Cody manages to get past Gunther, but it's controversial, or it's by the skin of his teeth, or whatever, and it sets up a rematch? I mean, are we going to be sat here and it's going to be Gunther Cody at SummerSlam, and that's where Gunther gets it? Or is it that we just pull the trigger in Italy and that's it, done? It's a tricky one, that, honestly. I think there's a great chance for Gunther. I think there is a great chance that he gets that belt. But I just don't know if it's going to be at Clash in Italy, but it could. It really could. You've got to capitalize on Gunther retiring John, retiring AJ. You don't do those things and then not follow up on it. So you, in my mind, you've got to capitalize. The only question I've got is, do you do it at the first time of asking, or do you just stretch it out? Ultimately, yes, I think Gunther gets the belt. I just can't answer if it's going to be in Italy or a little further down the road. Right, we were at commercial break. We're just seeing a little clip of Shawn Michaels talking to Stephanie on her podcast. Shawn just talking about Oba. I think we've rode Cody bus a bit too long. Bring back Tajiri, said AEW Live. The crowd was saying Duval. It's popular in Jacksonville. Duval is where they're at. Now that's interesting. That's really interesting. Duval. Could it have been that and it just sounded like booze? I don't know if you're telling me the truth or not, but I could buy it. I could buy it. Because I actually think Cody would be popular in Jacksonville. I mean, Jacksonville's like the home of AEW. A lot of these people may have watched him and the work he did in AEW. I wouldn't expect Jacksonville to be an anti-Cody crowd. That's interesting, that is. Thank you, by the way. People saying bless you. Thank you, my friends. Is that the truth? Are we believing it? Am I being deceived? Is Saluta 23 leading me up the garden path? I could believe it. Okay, Matt Cardona in the ring. Is that new music for him as well? I don't even know what his music sounds like, to be honest. So I have no idea if it's new or not. We are halfway through the show. Joe said they weren't booing. Okay. This is so interesting. This is the kind of stuff where I could easily go on a breakdown going, guys, he was getting booed out the building. And then they started chanting for him later. I actually think there's quite a few people that would have heard that and thought it was boos. I could understand that. But now I'm kind of confused. Joe, thank you. Maybe Saluta is throwing me a solid bit of information. Okay, Ricky then in the ring. I hope this is going to be good. I don't think it'll be long, but I hope it'll be good. Okay. They started sporting him once Heyman came out, says Cool Cam. Robbie said it was boos. Cody crowds are largely split. Let's not overanalyze. It's simple. It happens when you've been a champ for 19 of the last 23 months. No, it could be that. It could be. It could be that it was boos. But I think he did say Jacksonville, and then it promoted or prompted a response. So it does leave me a little bit uncertain. Jono said SummerSlam triple threat, Cody, Gunther, Orton. Gunther wins, then down the line, Gunther fights Orton. Cody has a rest for a few weeks, said Jono. Jono, thank you. Right now, Cardona in there with Ricky. Cardona coming over. This is probably where Matt Cardona makes a lot of sense. He's obviously got a lot of experience. He can throw in... Oh, a big boot coming in there by Ricky. Ricky coming over, grabbing Cardona, looking for a chop. Delivers it. So, Ricky in control. Crowd are going to be a little bit quiet on this. Ricky in the corner. Matt charges him. Over against the ropes. Down goes Ricky. Bang. Big shot. Okay, Ricky out the ring. Bit of frustration. Ricky on the outsides. It's frustrated, Ricky. It's frustrated. Okay, and we go to commercial break. Go to commercial break. Jim said, rumor is that of all people, Jelly Roll is going to be Danhausen's partner. That is the rumor. That is the speculation. Obviously, we don't know if it's going to go that way. But, yeah, that is the rumor doing the rounds today. Okay, we are at commercial break. If Gunther doesn't win, then what are we even doing? It would be a huge injustice, said Robbie. Kyle said the crowd is only there for the Gingerbread Man, apparently. They're very quiet in this one, yeah. Mayor Pete said they're putting Ricky in this match to build him with a solid wrestling match against a veteran like Cardona. Vince said Obafemi will be the next Keith Lee. Dean said, is it me or is this show going fast? No, I think it's going pretty fast as well, actually. I do think there's been some real effort on this show. When you look at, like, you know, Heyman going out, cutting a segment with Cody, And when you look at like what we're doing with Royce Keys and MFTs, there's a bit of storyline there. They've even set up this match, obviously, with Ricky being backstage talking to Nick Aldis. I kind of like the interaction as well between Nick Aldis and Gunther. If Gunther becomes champion, I think that could be a really interesting relationship between those two. I wasn't crazy about the Rhea, Charlotte, can they coexist stuff, but like Let Him In said, you know, not really, don't really care about this, can they coexist, but I don't know, that could lead us somewhere, couldn't it, as well? I think the match will be good, so it's always good to see a Fatal Influence match, so we still got that coming up. And of course, they've gone pretty crazy with the whole Gingerbread Man funeral stuff, haven't they? They have absolutely doubled down on all of that. Right now, Ricky going against the ropes. Oh, down goes Cardona. I think Paul Heyman teasing, eventually everyone needs the wise man. I think that at the moment, I feel like I could get a thumbnail out of that. I feel like it's not a major talking point, but it's a nice tease. It's a nice little line that makes you go, ooh. So I'm definitely got a bit out of that. And it seems like you lot did as well, because we got the poll for that segment. Ricky in control right now against Matt. Okay, so you lot said that was a great segment. You gave it great 60. So you weren't like blown away, but yeah, okay, you take it. Great 60. Ricky climbing up as we come back from commercial break. Ricky at one point woo-wooing. Woo-woo-woo. 1, 2. No joy. It's going to be Tatankerhausen. Oh, let's go. I'm here for Tatankerhausen. What if it's Vince McMahonhausen? I don't know where the fans are looking, but in the crowd, there was a lot of people just looking over in a direction. You can still see them, actually. Everyone's sort of like over there. Seems like there's been an incident with security, maybe. Like a real incident. I can see some security and... yeah, there's just a little something going on. In fact, some people are... yeah, they're still having a word with someone. Yeah, look, you can see, look, there's a woman there. It looks to be a woman talking to security. There's a guy in a red shirt coming over. All right, we've got an incident. We've got an incident. Guys, something's going on, look. Something's going on. This is just like when Earthquake got involved. Came running out the crowds, jumped in the ring. I don't know if that person has sat down. There's still people got their heads turned, though. The man in the red shirt has sat down. There is still a match going on, by the way. Oh, there's that person. They've just gone to back to their seat. I wonder what that was about. All you can see in the background is everyone with their heads turned like this. What's going on over there? Jesus Christ. What's happening? What's going on? I think the issue has been resolved. Matt Cardona, no joy. Ricky gets out the ring. Yeah, it has. Everyone sat down. That's good. We can dial into this match. Matt goes over the other side. Ricky back in. 1, 2. Shoulder up. So Rough Rider, but does he still call it that? I don't know what he calls these moves anymore. Oh, what's happening now? What the hell's going on now? Now there's people's... goodbye. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Fans are chanting that and waving. Has someone just been kicked out? Yeah, there's a lot of chatter in the crowd. There's clearly something that's just happened. Ricky putting Matt away, getting the victory. It's a bit unfortunate. Something's happened in the crowd at the same time. But there was a hey, goodbye. It was a fan getting the goodbye song treatment, said David. Yeah. That was playing out all throughout this match. Goodbye. Perhaps it's TKO. Na, 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 na. Hey, goodbye. There we go. Ricky gets the win. TKO are gone. It's big news. It's going to be Keys versus Tonga. Royce Keys taking on Tama Tonga. 6-woman tag match. That's coming up as well. Fatal Influence. Well, that was all very distracting. Oh, here we go. We're backstage with the... Who's he talking to? It's Johnny. Are you in there? Oh, give me Johnny versus Sammy. Give me that match. Candice? Where's Candice? Oh, what's happening? What's happening now? Ray Phoenix. Pay him respect. Pay him respect. Pay him respect. Pay him respect. To be honest, I mean, Sammy has got a really good point here. This isn't the place. Later. That's going to be the place. Jojo said this is terrible for him. Oh, hello. Ladder just fell. Oh. Danhausen. Okay, a ladder just fell. And Danhausen just darted past. What the hell's going on? What the hell is going on? Can we get a Johnny push for crying out loud? Oh, I'd love Sammy Johnny. I'm buying that. I'm buying it. If anyone's selling it, I'm buying it. Right, we've just got a little advert for the World Cup. Or I've got an advert for the World Cup. He grabbed her hair for cloning. Oh, is he going to clone a Brie? Are we getting Briehausen as his partner? What the hell's going on? She almost got hit with that ladder. She did. I mean, not being hit by the ladder is obviously good. So, she's not cursed. Is she going through, like... Is she going to be avoiding things, do you reckon? Is there a chance that she's going to avoid bad things happening? And we're going to sort of make out that Brie is lucky? I don't know. I don't know where we're going. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Something to keep an eye on. Danhausen's just cursed all the Gingerbread Man haters, said Word Life Cena fan. Connor said, do we expect Heyman to be in Gunther's corner? Well, he said that his goal was to just get the match over the line, but I don't know. I like him being involved in this. This is a lot more interesting with Heyman involved, so it would be good if Gunther was like, where do you think you're going? You know, and kind of makes it clear that this ain't done until that belt's in my possession. Danhausen is the highlight of the night, says Scottish Chris. Yeah, get your thoughts in. How are you finding the show so far? It's an easy watch. It's fine. You know, got an hour and 15 to go. Shane said, imagine if Kevin Owens returns as the Gingerbread Man coming out of the oven. WWE Army said, all-time club, 7%. Well, that's, yeah, we do. I mean, at the moment, good okay is winning. But we'll let that cook for a little bit longer. Okay, TV on fan mad kicked out for security. Yeah, I don't know why I don't know what the fan did to get kicked out. There was obviously a lot going on in the background. I'm sure there'll be some details. I'm sure word will emerge. I turned it over because it's boring, said Colton. Okay, yeah, I think it's an easy watch, and I really enjoyed the Heyman segment, but if you're just sort of watching it going, I don't need to watch this, and there's maybe something else on that's going to grab your attention a bit more, I could understand it. Hopefully we get Carmelo back at or after Backlash, said Can't Stop, Won't Stop. Can Danhausen not try and find a mystery partner? Danhausen has had all day. Well, he's had all week to find a mystery partner. So, he might have some plans. Just doesn't want to show his cards at this stage. Okay, is this going to be another Blake Monroe? Yeah, I think so. Blake Monroe coming soon. That was new though. I don't remember seeing that one before. I felt like the one I saw last week was yeah, the one that I saw last week felt like I'd seen it before. I don't remember seeing that one. Oh, here we go. Slam X. For anyone curious, a drunk girl was flipping people off and even shoved some dude, and she got kicked out near me. Ah, Slamex. Goated. This is why Slamex is such a good follow. So there we go. It was a drunk girl. That was probably the girl we saw them talking to. Although it did look like she was going back to her seat. It did look like she was going back to her seat. Okay, we got the women's tag champs. Tag champs. Do we even know what they're doing? I don't even know who they're facing. Paige and Brie. I don't know what this is. Daze, Brie is a twin, and Danhausen said the only person to tag with Danhausen is Danhausen. So I think he might be trying to clone himself. Ah, that would make sense. So he's trying to get maybe the DNA of Brie, who is a clone, because he thinks then he might be able to clone himself. Right. I thought he was trying to clone Brie or something. I was like, just ask her. I'm sure she'll partner you. Okay, so it looks like this is a promo bit. We showed last week it's not going to be easy to take these titles from Paige and I. That's right, baby. Yeah, baby. Groovy, baby. Nostalgia tour. We're the best we've ever looked. We're the best we've ever been. And we're the best we're ever gonna be. Step up, babies. Okay, so Paige and Brie have been interrupted by Fatal Influence. This is going to take us into that 6-woman tag match. Yeah, they are all in their wrestling gear. Judgment Day are not the ones you should be worried about. Booze raining down. We dropped you and left you laying 2 weeks ago. Here's Fallon. Smack takeover. Little stumble. Part of that smack takeover. SmackDown takeover. Here's Lainey. Okay. So we actually don't hear loads from Lainey. If you two were smart, you would get out of our ring. His irresistible forces, they're coming out. Okay, irresistible forces. Who's got new hair? Who looks like Beyonce? When did anyone say that you could skip to the front of the line? Okay, so Lash, Nia have made their way out. Whoop that trick chance. Obviously, Lash in a relationship with Trick Williams. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. She should be like, I do. Every single night. Now shut up. Okay, they said you better get to the back of the line, but then they absolutely nailed Paige and Brie. Primo! Ba, 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 ba. Deaded. Trick, trick, trick. Back of the line. Trick, trick, trick. None of them are trick. I've checked. None of them are trick. She's not trick. She's not trick. She's not trick. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. But they said Nia is low-key hot. Okay, here we go then. 6-woman tag coming up. 6-woman tag. Big pop for Mommy. Big pop for Rhea. As you would expect. Let's go. I see the conspiracy now. This clone Daze, no jackets. Well, we're just moving out of winter. Even spring was not that warm, but certainly feeling a little better now. I've still got it here though. It keeps getting caught in the wheels of this chair. Okay, we just had Lash and Rhea kind of staring at each other. I could definitely see something between them two. Here's Mommy. Flame Fist said, Glock Ness, you need to get off the alcohol, buds. Glock Ness has got a crush on Nia Jackson. There's no problem with that. That is Glock Ness's queen. Rhea Ripley on the edge of the ring. Obviously, Alexa and Charlotte. They'll be out next. Glock Ness has sexy dreams about Nia Jax. There's no problems with this. I don't think that's crazy. Glock Ness said, if Nia gave me the opportunity, I would not say no. I believe that. You'd be right in there. Like a rat up a drain pipe. Connor said, Charlotte Flair is boring. Radiated Zombie said, Daze, how long do we see Rhea holding this title? Maybe till Mania next year if they want. Well, maybe. She could have a really good title run. Obviously, it's going to be interesting to see who wins Money in the Bank. I think that's going to be a factor. King of the Ring or Queen of the Ring, if we are going to be doing it, is going to set up an interesting challenge at SummerSlam. But I always think once you get past SummerSlam, do you know what I mean? Your next big show after that, you could make an argument it's Survivor Series, but quite often the champs are in the Survivor Series match. So, I don't know. I sort of feel like once you get past SummerSlam, you're kind of all right, really. You're going to have some B shows, and you're going to have, you know, a WrestlePalooza, or you're going to have a Saturday night's main event. You're going to have shows like that. A Survivor Series, if you've got to defend, could be tricky. But it's not too difficult to get through to the next year once you get past SummerSlam. So I think she's going to have a few challenges coming up. Money in the Bank, whoever wins King and Queen of the Ring. I could see her actually defending against, you know, I could see her Lash Legends. I think she gets past Lash Legends, but I think that would be a very interesting matchup. Those matches, I think, make more sense to me than her Charlotte. You know, her taking on Charlotte again. We've seen that match. And I feel like there's quite a few names out there. Let's do Rhea Julia. You know, that makes sense to me. Let's do Rhea Lash Legends. That makes sense to me. Let's do Rhea Jacy. That makes sense to me. I think there's a lot of matches you can look at. Yeah, I would imagine. I'd imagine that we will do that as we try and continue to keep building up these women for the future. I mean, Charlotte just doesn't need building, does she? We all know what Charlotte's bringing to the table. You can do the match, and it'll get you through if you really don't think people are quite ready yet. Or you do just need something a little bit more juicy for like a Saudi show or something. You could do the Charlotte match. But I think there's lots of options. Corey, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Zaya said Liv Morgan is fit. But is she more fit than Nia Jax? Not really a conversation I want to be getting to, but this is where Glock Ness's took us. So, yeah, great debate going on when it comes to who the queen of the women's division is. It's Nia in Glock Ness's eyes. It's Nick Khan in mine. Okay. We are back. Don't forget, we got an hour to go, but we are back tomorrow. We are back with Backlash. This has been good for a go-home, actually. Wow, there he is at the Macho Miss Elizabeth wedding. The match made in heaven. And there he is in the road as well. Was he there during the end of the streak? Dude, I had no idea. There he was! Dressed as The Undertaker as well. Oh my God. He's a true goat of WWE fandom. He's basically been to more shows and events than Green Shirt Guy. I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea. Well, it does seem like they're saving the funeral for the final segment, which I think it makes a little bit more sense now that we can see that they've been having a lot of fun with it throughout the show. They've been doing these segments throughout the show. Charlotte is making her way down to the ring. It's crazy. I love it, said Don. Where's Green Shirt Guy? Oh, he's been replaced, hasn't he? Ginger's replaced him. Ginjo. Here's Alexa. Boo Charlotte, says Connor. Not my words. Fallon Henley will be the breakout star at some point, said Kappa. Glockness said, I'm calling it. Sammy is going to crash out at the funeral. Okay, Fatal Influence in the ring. We are into that final hour. Charlotte Flair historically has not played well with others. Okay, Bella sounded. This should be good. I'm hoping this is going to be a bit of a banger here. We're going to end the poll for Ricky versus Matt Cardona. Okay. 8, 18, 65, 9. You said that Ricky Matt Cardona was good 91. Okay, slaps coming in, shots coming in, knee coming in there by Alexa. Fallon goes down and Alexa dancing away. Mocking Fallon. Fallon getting back up to her feet. Dragon screw as Fallon goes over. Alexa went to jump, but double knees. Iconic Gingerbread Man moments being shared online. People are still split on it. Kick coming in there by Alexa. Oof. Okay, over in the corner. Big kicks coming in. Tag being made. Tag being made again. In comes Lainey. Lainey Reid's colliding into Alexa. Jacy collides into Alexa. Alexa gets scooped up. Oh, nice work. They work really well together, Fatal Influence. We've seen lots of... Look at that. Lainey going right over to Rhea and Charlotte. Mocking away. Tag being made. Here's Rhea. Short arm clothesline. Lainey goes down. Another clothesline. Swing and a miss there by Lainey. Lainey gets picked up. Slammed down. She's looking good, Lainey. Considering she's seen as the least experienced member. She's more than holding her own in there. Lovely work there by Jacy. She charges in, gets caught by Rhea, gets thrown. Rhea is going up. Lainey is all at sea. Missile dropkick there by Rhea. She did travel a distance. Rhea going to the outsides. Charging over, cannonballing. Down goes Fallon. Down goes Jacy. Rhea dominating proceedings right now. And there we go. Fallon was in the class of 2022. 4 years in development, said Shining Wizards. Metal Mama with some really good advice. Don't forget your milk for your cookies. I think that might be a sex thing. I'm not sure. It feels like a sex thing. But thank you, Metal Mama. Final Boomer said, is it wrong to actually be eating the head off little Gingerbread Man cookies during the funeral? I think that's a lovely tribute, to be honest. I think that's what he would have wanted. So, kick out there by Rhea as Lainey was go. Oh my God, big leg drop. Big leg drop. Lainey backing up a little bit. Daze, I like Bliss a bit now that the Wyatts are gone. I didn't care to see her like that. Is that wrong? That the story I was looking for, remember, watch the pig. I don't know. I don't quite know what you mean. You like her now? You like her now that the Wyatts are gone? Did you not like her before then? I don't really feel any different about Alexa since the Wyatts are gone, to be honest. Okay, right now we've got big kick to the midsection there by Lainey. Thanks to everyone that's been keeping tabs on commercials. We love that, said Shining Wizards. I baked gingerbread cookies and I don't want to eat them, said Christine. That's also a lovely tribute. I think if you are eating cookies or not eating cookies, then you are paying respects in your own way. Rhea in the corner, big boot. Big knee, actually, by Lainey as Rhea goes down. What are we getting from that funeral segment? I mean, it's going to be certainly a brawl between Sammy and Trick. Is there going to be anything else to it? Charlotte on the outside, eating gingerbread cookies is so disrespectful, said Word Life Cena Fan. Word Life Cena Fan is not having it. Lainey with a shot there to Charlotte. Charlotte getting back in the ring. Alexa was just watching on the outsides. Rhea is over in the Fatal Influence corner. Jacy with a boot right in the throat of Rhea. Rhea goes over. Kick coming in. Another kick there by Jacy. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Kick out there by Rhea. Tag being made. Quick tag. In comes Lainey. Nice shot there by Lainey. Rhea, good sell. She stumbles over. Goes down. Shot coming in again. Lainey's knee pad has slipped down. Oof. Down goes Rhea. Lainey grabbing Rhea. Rhea trying to find a way of fighting back. Charlotte desperate for the tag. Lainey preventing it. I don't really know why Alexa's reaching. I mean, Rhea's absolutely nowhere near her. She's quite close to Charlotte. Oh, nice. Good work there by Lainey. Lainey with a shot to Alexa. Alexa goes down. Lainey throwing some shade at Charlotte. The capoeira kick. Lainey selling. I kind of like that. I like that by Lainey. She was like, oh. Did go down to one knee. Tag made. Rhea makes the tag. Hot tag. Charlotte in. Clothesline. Clothesline. Chop. 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 Chop, 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 chop Down goes Jacy. Gets the ropes. Big boots. No. I thought the big boot was coming. She can't. I don't like that move. I don't like the cartwheel into the clothesline. It looks too clunky. She likes it. Kip up by Charlotte. I would have much rather a big boot. That would have looked better. Jacy in the corner. It's a hot tag. It's a big comeback. Charlotte going up to the outsides. There's a big boot. And again, you get a boot. You get a boot. Charlotte going up. It's been a good hot tag. As she goes for a big crossbody. Down goes Jacy. Down goes Lainey. Charlotte. Natural selection. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up there by Jacy. Shoulder up by Jacy. Okay, Jacy in a bit of trouble right now because Charlotte put... Oh, big boot. That was nice. Charlotte putting on... or was trying to put on that figure 8. Alexa's in. Alexa's in. Charlotte goes one side. Alexa goes the other. Couple of super kicks. To the outsides. Goes Charlotte. Into the commentary table. How does SmackDown have Club WWE turnbuckles and not Raw? I don't know if Raw does or doesn't, to be honest. They might have them. Shot coming in. Oh, net breaker by Jacy. Alexa down. Jacy down. Rhea popping up. Here we go. Oh, Jade! Jade! Jade Cargill. Bang! Rolling on court 2. Jacy pins Alexa. So Jade gets involved. And Fatal Influence capitalize. It's another win. It's another dub. Jade Cargill. So it turns out they could coexist. So all of that, can they coexist stuff? The answer was yes. Jade is in the ring staring at Jacy. What's happening? They don't want the smoke. They don't want the smoke. They do not want the smoke. They're backing away. Fatal Influence getting out the ring. They've done what they needed to do. Okay. She turns around. Alexa's down. Poor thing. Where's this gonna go? Meechin and B-Fab. Meechin and B-Fab are here. They're beating up on... Are we going to do a little... No, drop kick. Kind of wondered if we were going to have Alexa get beaten up whilst Charlotte was going to be made to watch. Kind of had that vibe to it for a second. Alexa Bliss is being shook around, picked up, driven down there by B-Fab. She grabs her head. I don't know if Alexa really did crack her head there or not. Super kick by Meechin. Charlotte goes down. So Rhea's down. Charlotte's down. Alexa's down. Okay, we got Royce Keys. That sucks, said Jojo. Okay. Here's the Usos. Bit of advice. No. You might have ties to the family, but this is family business. Yeet. Okay. Well, they're definitely doing stuff with Keys, aren't they? I mean, he's kind of involved in a few... he's kind of involved in a few things. Tamatonga's coming out. Okay. I want Gigi to come back to face Becky. Gigi, Becky, Battle of the Fake Redhead, said Mark. We all really get nothing better to do than watch a Gingerbread Man funeral. This is a true low point, said Mr. Unfamiliar. That is looking like it's going to be our main event tonight, yes. Gingerbread Man funeral coming up. We do have Tamatonga versus Royce Keys before that. I don't know what we're getting out of this flipping Gingerbread Man funeral. Right, Daze, do we think Gingerbread Man's going to be inducted into the legacy wing of Hall of Fame in Saudi? I wouldn't rule it out. He has deceased. He is an ex-Gingerbread Man, and we kind of know that is... we kind of know that is what they do with people that have passed. They tend to put them into legacy. Royce, part of the family. Yeah, I don't think we've really dug into that, have we? The whole family thing. With Royce Keys. Don't really know the details of it. He was just talking last week to Jacob, and he was just kind of talking about how they used to... I don't know if his relationship goes back with the whole family or if it just goes back with Jacob. I'm not too clear on that. People online just talk about how Gunther and Ilya are now on the same brand. That would be... that's a match I really want to see. Okay, we're at commercial break. Let's get to a few thoughts. Wyatt6661 said, Dave's not the Wyatts. I don't care to see Bliss. That's what I meant. Look at her size next to most girls. Now that Wyatt is gone, I care less about her. Okay. It doesn't really change anything for me, to be honest. I liked Alexa when she was the goddess. She didn't only become relevant to me because of Bray. That was just a very interesting chapter in her career. So if you feel different and she's just not as interesting to you, okay. I bet we're going to get someone interfere. Maybe Danhausen, or maybe his partner will be revealed, said William. The Muffin Man will show up at the Gingerbread Man's funeral, said Black Onyx. Cheo said Jade made Rio forget she was champion, and that's why she left the belt. SmackDown is better without them. SmackDown is better with all the cuts, said Tribal List. Kiwi Rob said, did you notice we aren't getting SmackDown in Saudi before the rumoured Night of Champs? Where's it coming from? I didn't. Where are they doing it? Do we expect a Royce Keys Jey Uso feuds? No. I can't say I was expecting that. We could get it. I just can't say I was expecting it. I hope that Royce Keys won't turn into a jobber, said King Callum. Can't break up. It's in London, is it, Kiwi Rub, right? Well, I wonder how they're going to do that. I mean, you can fly there, can't you? Perhaps they just want to spend as little time there as possible. They're only taking the people that really need to go. Oh. Okay, we are coming back. We got less than 40 minutes. Here's Ginger. Is remembering Gingerbread Man again. So there he was in the crowd with that iconic moment here when CM Punk returns. Oh, he was streaming. Oh, he didn't make it to that show, actually. He didn't make it to that show. He had to do a watch along for that. And then we've got him in the ring as well. Do you know, the more I see of this, the more I am going to miss him. I didn't realise he was a fellow content creator. Okay. Tama in the ring. Did you know Royce Keys won the 2026 Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal? Yes. I watched it. Royce Keys is like a black version of Sheamus, said DTA. And not the Sheamus of old. The Sheamus of today that's going to get released at some point. Here's Royce. Shining Wizard said, just watch the hate and have the popcorn ready. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's people that are not feeling this. There's people that are really enjoying it. There's people all over the place with this Gingerbread Man stuff. Here's Royce Keys. Joe said he's been loving what he's been seeing out of Royce Keys. And Wade's like, yeah, because we're not on the receiving end of it. That's why we've been loving it. Okay. This is a good spot for this match, by the way. We've only got like 35 minutes or so to go. Metal Mama said I tagged you in Paige's head. It got busted open. And it's going to need stitches from Nia. I saw Metal Mama, thank you. Bang. Okay, I don't think this is... I don't know. I'm not expecting this to be a long match. Bad 9. Good 91. People again not blown away. It's just very solid. At least we're getting into the good 90 range. At least we're getting into good 90 range. Shots coming in there by Royce. Royce looking for a suplex. He's got Tama up. Tama lands on his feet. Bang. Chop block. Chop block. Clothesline. Down goes Royce. Tama turning on Solo is a lot more likely than Royce joining Solo, says Mayor Pete. AEW Live, shout out to you. Bishop said, what's your favourite Gingerbread Man video? I don't have one. I like the bit where he died. Here's Tama. Royce rolling out the ring. WWE will build a guy up with a strong push initially, but then after that, it's up to the talent to take it further. I can't see Royce Keys being anything better than mid-card, said DTA. Could it be Tamahausen, said Wrestle with Andy. Shot coming in. Well, if anyone can bring him back, it's going to be Danhausen. Danhausen might be able to get involved and actually bring Gingerbread Man back. I think for those that still want hope, there could still be hope. Okay, to the outside goes Tama. Royce on the outside. Crowd a little bit quiet for this. Tama over against the ring steps. Royce has got him in his sights. Charges in. Into the ring steps. Goes in hard. Oof. Royce Keys colliding into those ring steps. I think we're going to stay with the action. Where can I watch WWE ID Showcase? Depends what show it is. A lot of that stuff goes on the indies. So there is like an independent wrestling subscription that you can get where you can watch a lot of independent wrestling shows. I don't know the name of it though because I've never subscribed to it. But a lot of that stuff is plays out on the indies. It doesn't happen on Raw or SmackDown or NXT. Doesn't even happen on Evolve. The WWE ID belt is like an independent wrestling belt. So it'll be on one of the indie promotions. You just have to find out which one. And then if you like go onto their X account, you might be able to find out if it's being shown on some platform. But there is does anyone know the name of it? There is an indie wrestling platform that's got a lot of different indie promotions on it. WrestleNanny said, Daze, I wonder if Vince watched the show. He would love Ginger. He would. He would. Some people wondering if it's from the mind of Vince, if Vince didn't pass this as an idea to Triple H. I don't think so, but it is very Vince McMahon, that is true. Okay, Tama is in the ring and in control. It's IWTV, said Bishop. IWTV. Thank you. Shot coming in there by Royce Keys, and again. Headbutt coming back there by Tama as Royce Keys goes down. Where's Mrs. Gingerbread Man? A lot of people have been asking, where's Mrs. Green Shirt guy? I don't know where Mrs. Gingerbread Man is. I'd imagine probably with Mrs. Green Shirt guy and Mrs. Trinidad Flag guy. I think they all just hang out together. All the partners. Shot coming in there by Royce. Royce trying to get back up. Eric said, Vince Russo said he thinks that Roman changed his schedule because of 2 members of the family getting released. Well, apparently the rumor is he didn't change his schedule. Apparently it was just an original mistake and that he was never going to be at Night of Champions and he was never going to be around in June. So it's one of them, isn't it? Is that true? Is it not true? Headlock being applied here by Tama. Let's go, Keys, said Choco Latte. Okay, we're back from commercial break. We are underway. It's not a 6-woman tag. That's a lie. Royce Keys versus Tama Tonga. I think this is probably our main event, isn't it? I wouldn't imagine another match after this. Tama goes over. Don't forget, this is a go-home show. This is a go-home show. Shot coming in. Shot coming back. Shots being exchanged between Royce and Tama. Royce in the middle. Royce going into the corner. Oh, that looked good by Tama. That was nice. That was nice. Okay, Tama right back into this. Tama grabbing a hold of Royce Keys looking for some double underhooks. Drives him down. Royce Keys goes back to the corner. Tama in some real trouble here. Bang. Clothesline. And again. Another clothesline. Over against the ropes. Royce Keys. Exploding into Tama. Strap's coming down. Tama going flying. Collides into Tama. Over the other side, Royce Keys goes in, follows in. Scoops him up. Okay. 1, 2. Kick out by Tama. Kick out by Tama. Okay, Royce Keys carrying on. Thought that he had him there, but not quite. Bang. Inverted DDT. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I guess MFT is better with just 3, said the one. Royce should always keep his straps up. We ain't trying to see that chest, said Vera X Music. Okay. This is where Tama turns on Solo, said Wrestle Rants. Crowd a bit quiet for this, aren't they? They're not really losing their minds. It's been okay though. I've not found this a chore to watch. Royce Keys putting the work in. Clothesline. Tama goes up over to the outside. Goes right out after him. Tama down on the outside. Royce Keys grabbing him. Chucking him back into the ring. Tala is out there. Coming round. Solo. It's got it. Let him figure it out. He'll figure it out. Royce gets in, moves out the way. Tama coming in, big boot there. So Solo, I think, is still adamant that Royce, lovely spine buster. I think he's adamant Royce is going to join up. Oh, that's got it. That's got it. The spine buster has got it. He'll figure it out, said Solo. Solo looks at Tama, shakes his head. I don't think he's very impressed. I don't think he's very impressed. It's a nice spine buster. I don't know if it's a finisher. Solo on the edge of the ring. Rebuffed. Royce jumps out and walks away, so. Okay. All right, yeah, here he goes, trying to get the cloning going. He's trying to pull out his tooth. Okay, well, he's done it. Takes a drink. Okay. Is this going to work? This is not going to work, is it? What the hell is going to be created? Okay, something's this. Okay, this whole mystery partner thing just took a really strange turn. He's Backlash. Is he actually going to create his tag partner? Well, it's not gone well. what to expect now. Is his partner going to be like some comedy creation? Is that what we're going to get tomorrow? Is it not going to be like Punk or Ober or Jelly Roll or anything? I don't know what's coming out. I don't know what we're getting now. I don't know what to expect. I kind of like that though. I kind of like not knowing. It's going to be Braun Strowman, said Wrestle Squash. Well, I kind of feel like Danhausen is doing what I would expect Danhausen to do. I would expect him to be working on some stuff, you know? So he's kind of only doing what I'm expecting, but well, not what I'm expecting, but I could see this being the direction Danhausen goes. He needs a partner, I'll just create one. What the end result's going to be, though? It's going to be Hurricanehausen, said Form Square. Maybe. Do you know what? I don't know that anything's off the table at the moment. I think it could literally be anything. It could be anyone or anything. It's got to be Kanehausen, said Gluckness. It's going to be Rock. It's going to be The Rock. You're right. Word Live Cena fan, you're right. We didn't have The Rock at WrestleMania because we know this is how we were bringing him back. It's going to be Rockhausen. Let's go. Are we actually excited for this Gingerbread Man thing? I am going to watch it to see what we get. Right? I'm expecting ultimately it to be a fight between Sammy and Trick. I don't know what else is going to happen. I mean, they've put it in the main event spot, so there must be something planned. So I'm interested to see what they're going to do, and then I will be very interested to see the reaction to whatever it is they end up doing. But yeah, I mean, there's lots of different opinions when it comes to this. We're definitely going to be scoring it, though. Definitely want to get a score as to what people thought about this segment. Okay. It could be Stephen A. Housen. Could you imagine? Stephen A. Smithhausen. It's not crazy. Penny for Your Thoughts said maybe it's a reincarnation of the Gingerbread Man. They'll open up the casket and it'll be empty. Again, not crazy. It's a viable option. M Power said it's going to be Ted DiBiase Hausen. Ted DiBiase Jr. Hausen. I'm watching this for you just to be disappointed, said Colton. Oh, I don't have any expectations for this segment. Flamefist said, my friend died last week. Today is being buried. Sammy should be locked up. R.I.P. Gingerbread Man. Bismo said it's Gobbledygookerhausen. It's going to be Pat McAfeehausen. It could actually be Jelly Rollhausen. There is a rumor doing the rounds that it's going to be Jelly Roll. So, I mean, it could be Jelly Roll. Okay, here's Tama backstage. We are back from this commercial break. Tama backstage. Oh, here's Shinsuke. No brother will help you now. Teller will. Stay away from my brother. Okay. There we go. A few words exchanged between Tala and Shinsuke. Okay, they're just running through the Backlash cards. 20 minutes left to go. The one said at this point, it could be anything. It could be Pat, could be Jelly Roll, could be Gingerbread Man, it could be anything. That is pretty crazy, isn't it? Here's a picture of them setting up for the Gingerbread Man segment. The casket is going to be in the ring. Corey said it's time for the Gingerbread Man funeral. So this is what's happening in the ring right now whilst they're just showing us this Backlash thing. Don't know what the announcement's going to be, but it's going to be historic, said Wade. Obviously, the expectation is that it is going to be related to Club WWE. Io Asuka goes down at Backlash. I wonder if Tripp comes out to do a speech. I've had enough of this, said Henry. If they're doing all this for the mystery partner, it needs to be a good surprise. We can't have Danhausen playing scientist and Punk walks out of the crate. They've made a big deal out of the partner thing. But then they made a big deal out of who was on the phone to Randy. And we all saw what happened there. Well, we find out tomorrow. We'll be live. Funeral coming up. I'm just distracted because this has just dropped. Backstage Brawl. So it's a little figure thing. It looks like you get a portable toilet, a forklift, a trash can, a couple of figures as well. Yeah, I think that is a portable toilet. And it comes with slime. Oh my God, that's great. There's Trick. Trick's backstage. Nick Aldis asks him how he's doing. That's crazy, man. The rest of the broadcast is all for you. Yeah, that's all right, mate. That's all right. You look after yourself, yeah. Yeah. Trick struggling. And here it is, look. Here it is. Oh, there he is. You can just see a little bit of him in the casket, actually. It's going to be very challenging for many of you out there. There's going to be a lot of emotion that's kicked up here. It was certainly a choice to put this in the main event spots. They've gone big with it all night. They went big with it last week as well. If there's anyone that stuck around following WrestleMania, this might be what kills them off, right? But here it is. The funeral of the Gingerbread Man. Have they got something big planned here? It doesn't feel like it. Doesn't feel like it. Is Sheamus cleared to return? I don't think this is leading to Sheamus's return. Although he is ginger. And a man. But he's not bread. How we feeling, everyone? Maybe the mystery partner of Danhausen is going to be the Boogeyman or Mr. Iguana, said Carr. Gingy did nothing wrong, said Flame Fist. Matt Pete said, is there going to be a 10-bell salute? Well, I hope so. I hope so. Corey said they're actually closing SmackDown with a Gingerbread Man funeral. Yeah. Yeah. This is where we are. Sammy went from the man who said Usi to a Ginger storyline. Henry said it's awful. Henry, I think you secretly are enjoying it. I think you are secretly sat there dressed as a gingerbread man. Right now, you've got the head there ready to pop it on. Yeah? I think you're secretly sat there dressed as the gingerbread. There's tissues. Ready to use. For what is going to be a very emotional segment. Very emotional. We all shed a tear when Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth got married. Not for real. But, you know, the match made in heaven. And now here we are with the passing of such a... I didn't realise he was at so many events. I don't recall seeing him on camera before, but just shows, doesn't it, how the memory fades as you get older. Thankfully, they've provided us with lots of reminders throughout the evening, so... Yes, we're going to see what they've got planned, what they've got up their sleeve. How is this segment going to play out? Is it going to be one of the true great WWE segments? I don't know. I'm not prepared to say either way at this stage. Daze Ginger was the one that threw the pie at KO. Wow. Wrestle with Andy. We always wanted an answer to that. Wow. Great mystery solved. Why doesn't Cody have a match at Backlash? I think it's just a bit soon. I think the feeling is that we've already got Roman on the card, so we'll do Cody for Italy. Although it is rumoured that Roman should be appearing there as well, actually. Here we go. Here we flipping go. Yeah. Yeah. Is there someone in there? Is there someone under the black fabric? Trick about to get his entrance. Trick Williams closing SmackDown. I think, is he in black? It would make sense. It would make sense. They didn't close his eyes, said Rob. Oh my God, you're right. You're right. Hello, he's got a... What's he drinking? He's drinking milk. He's drinking milk. He's drinking milk. Trick Williams coming down. Yeah. I can't bear it. He cannot bear it. Oh... It's going to be Sammy in there, said Danny. Okay, Trick Williams is getting to the edge of the ring, is drinking some milk. And he's just pouring it out. That's probably going to smell really bad, actually, unless someone cleans that up quite quickly. Trick Williams getting in the ring. Some beautiful flowers in there. I think donations from all around the world have been coming in. I think what's really giving me comfort is the fact that Gingerbread Man probably is going to be kept in the warehouse following this segment, and might even appear at like WWE World next year for people to take pictures with. Here we go. We've got some emotional music. Is he going to break out into song, or what's he going to do? Is he going to rap? What's happening? You got a beat? Yeah. Okay, so Trick is actually doing a little number, and we got backing singers. Lemon Pepper Steppers getting. Can someone tell me why? Why did the gingerbread have to die? Can somebody tell? Gingerbread Man is trending right now, by the way. Gingerbread have to die. Can these backing singers even sing? I mean, I don't want to, you know what I mean? Can they even sing? Gingerbread. Okay, we've got another. I think that's AI. I mean, that's going to go down well. What the flip? We're going back through his whole life story. This isn't even wrestling related right now. It's just. This is mental. This is mental, isn't it? This is mental. This is just AI images of the gingerbread man. Oh, it was him that took the pit. That's good, actually. That was good. There he is with his own lemon pepper steppers. Okay, at least it makes more sense now that we've got to the WWE part of things. Fair play, actually. Fair play. People have got their phones out right now. Look at these images. Okay, this makes more sense now. When you laugh. Well, imagine going to this show tonight, said Jojo. It's one of the great SmackDown moments. There they are, look, all standing together. I wonder if there's anyone crying, actually crying, seriously sobbing right now. Oh, he is actually, that man. Okay, the fans are chanting gingerbreads. Okay. So if you sometimes wonder if the live crowds represent us, if you ever find yourself wondering if there is a divide between the live crowd and the IWC, it's very evident right now, I would say. Here's Sammy. Sammy's like, you're going to boo me. This is ridiculous. How long we got? We got 6 minutes. Am I losing? I think you are, actually. Do you remember when Sammy had all that conspiracy thing and he was making out like people had a conspiracy against it? This does feel like a conspiracy against Sammy. Television time on SmackDown used to mean something. Boo this man. How much money did you spend on all of this? How much does it cost to rent a choir? They were off key. You're right, Sammy. They were off key. He said I wasn't going to say anything. Preach. Preach, Sammy. They were off key. It's an oak casket. They don't make them like that. Fans are chanting, "Work that trick." I got too much respect for myself. I'm a working class hero, says Sammy. Fans are booing away here. Sammy, a great man died last Friday, said Flame Fist. We got 3 minutes here. Sami Zayn, says Sami Zayn. R.I.P. Gingerbread Man. Walk in, says Dort Knight, shout out to you, buds. Masterback said 25 years of my life without parole. Sammy should go to jail for murder, said Masterback. Sammy said, I'm not going anywhere. 20 years in the game. Brando said, what are we watching? Sean said, I think Cody turns heel and becomes a Heyman guy. You've played yourself, Trick. I'm going to make a joke out of you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow at Backlash. Sammy throws the microphone down. Sammy nails. Trick goes down. Sammy throwing in some shots. Kicks coming in there by Sammy. You think this is a game? Sammy in the ring then with that championship. I mean, he has just spoken the truth. He has just come out and said that TV time used to mean summer. Gingerbread sits up. It's Little Yachty. And a shot to the back. Everywhere you turn, celebrities. What that trick chants from the crowds. Sammy gets laid out. And there we go. That was the big moment. That was the big reveal. That's what it built towards. Trick Williams holds up that the United States Championship. Are we surprised by this, said Sally. We are thrilled. Let's get a segment score, shall we? I'll tell you what. I am genuinely struggling to understand like the psychology of what they're trying to achieve with it. Like, I think, is it just let's have some fun and that's it? It can only be that, really. There was no plenty of Little Yachty. He ends up attacking. He ends up attacking Sammy. Here's Slam X reaction. Yeah. Goosebumps, mate. Absolute goosebumps. Absolute goosebumps. Absolute goosebumps. Oh my God, Gingerbread Man rises from the dead to take out Sammy. Triple Liam's Little Yachty stand tall. The closing segment for the go-home show at Backlash was the funeral for the Gingerbread Man. Yes. Yes. He's alive! This is horrible, said Crispy Wrestling. So, you know, it's a divided opinion, isn't it? There's people going, are we really doing this? I feel like that's the big reaction, honestly. I feel like the big reaction is people going, are we really doing this? I think people could tolerate that and put up with that and vibe with that if it was going to go somewhere that was going to be like, oh my God, that's insane. But it didn't. It didn't get there. It just turned out to be Little Yachty. So, yeah, you kind of left like, really? That was it. That's what you've been building towards. That was the final segment. Here's something though. Did it actually make you more excited for Trick Sammy? Because in a roundabout way, it actually might have achieved that for me. In a really weird way, it might have still achieved it. It might have actually got me a bit more excited for Trick Sammy. Just because of the spotlight. Just because of the amount of focus on that feuds. It's not because the stuff they were doing was great. It was more just because we really put a spotlight onto it. You know? Imagine if it was Pat said, oh, that would have been the cherry on top. We're going to get a Ginger Mattel figure. Oh, yeah, we will. It might be an epic moments. They might have the whole setup with the casket. You get a Trick figure, Ginge figure, Sammy figure, the wreath, the casket. They might go the whole 9 yards. Yeah, get your thoughts in, though. What did you think about it? What did you think about it? Did you think it was just a harmless bit of fun? Did you massively enjoy it? Is your life complete now that you've seen that segment? Or was it just absolutely not for you? Daze Fatal Influence, Jade, Meachim, BFAB, SmackDown, Dominance, said Word Life Cena Fam. Is Backlash on at 6 a.m. Eastern? Does it not conflict with AAA? It's on before AAA. AAA's quite late. So it's on after. AAA's on after. Jojo said, I'm just confused. Carr said it was good. Jojo said the show was AI, and they said they don't use that for shows. Connor said, I thought that we were expecting a double turn tease. Well, I think you could get the double turn at tomorrow. The Beach Kevin said, I loved it. It was a good amount of fun. Jess said, I want Gingerbread Man DLC for 2K. Let Him In says 5 out of 10. Rest with Andy said Sammy's promo was great. David gives it a 6. Well, the show overall. Netforce said, might as well watch a WWE cartoon. I would like a WWE cartoon, actually. Rock and Wrestling was good. Triple H putting out peak content, said keep chopping. Sammy is basically a heel now, said David. Christopher said, we need Vince back. TKO is broke with WrestleMania budget cuts. This is not the direction. The promo ruined my life, said Brody. Really? 0 from Mikey MC. They don't use AI for story writing, not video packages, says Ian. Imagine going from Bloodline to this. Poor Sammy, said Eric. Dortnight said, people who watch Gingerbread in the 90s will feel the emotion of it all. Mr. Disney Guy said, thank God for the block button. Iron Sentinel said, I'm hoping the boxing is over before Backlash. We want Carmelo, said Denitria. What did I just watch? Said Positively Hostile. Daze, imagine Shinsuke as a tag champ. Well, we could get him teaming up with Tama. Matt Pete gives it an 8. Better than average SmackDown, said Toga Bread. Beast Mode Roman told us it's over. I said, apparently my 10-year-old cousin wrote this show. Wayne said, I loved it. Without that segment, what would we be talking about tonight? Where is Randy, Elia, Mello? What are we doing? Said Bentron. Well, let's get the ending. The result is in. The Gingerbread Man funeral. Even though there were some positive comments, it is just outright bad that gets it. Yeah. Bad 44. There's not much confusion about this one. 270 votes. Bad 44%. Good okay 23. Then it was great. Then it was all time. So seems like you lot's pretty clear how you're feeling about this one. There was a little bit of a split opinion last week. Last week people were a little bit all over the place. Not so much this week. It seems like you lot have decided this kind of jumped the shark a little bit. Okay. Yeah. I've got to try and find words before I do a breakdown video, and I'm really going to struggle a little bit with that, to be honest. I think because people want to have a bit of fun, and I do understand that. But was this good? That is, the answer is no, according to you guys. Okay, I'm going to go and think about how to word this for the breakdown and try and figure out how I feel about it, because I think I'm just confused like many of you, but I will get some clarity before we do the breakdown. I'm going to go and do that now. Big thank you to everyone that's joined us. I really do appreciate it. And we are going to be back tomorrow for Backlash. And obviously we can dig into whatever people want to talk about. So yeah, thanks for joining us. Really do appreciate it. I'll see you in a moment when I return for the breakdown.